Good morning. Come on, y'all could do better than that. Good morning. All right, thank you. Welcome to Kentucky State University's first, hoping to be annual, Homesteading Symposium. I am the veterinarian for the extension services here. So I do a lot of traveling around the state. And as I've went to producer meetings, I've noticed, doing things on a small scale is much different than some of these farms that have hundreds of animals, right? We want to teach you the best approaches to raising animals, vegetables, and fruit. But we also want to be practical and make sure that we are servicing everyone. So over the next 2 days, we're going to give a brief introduction to a huge array of topics. On your tables, there are some feedback forms. We want to hear from you. Extension is a public service, right? We are here to help you guys with whatever you need. So feel free to tell us topics that you would like to hear more about. And I promise I will personally read them, and in future programs, make sure that we are doing what you guys need help with, right? So I want to introduce a couple people, David Peary and Nat Colton. They have been the ones that have put all of this together, got the speakers lined up and the agendas, and there is no way we could have done this without them. Like I said, so today we're going to talk about fruits and vegetables. I am a veterinarian. The only thing I know about vegetables is they're better with butter and bacon. So for the day, I'm going to turn it over to Nat, and he's going to lead us through the program. I'll be around all day. If you have questions or need anything, just let me know.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nat Colton. I'm the Community Sustainability Coordinator here at Kentucky State University. And to start us off right off the bat, I'm going to introduce a couple friends of ours, our administrative team that's with us today. And first we'll welcome Dr. Kirk Pomper, who is the Dean of the College of Agriculture, Communities, and Sciences here at Kentucky State. He's also the Director of the Land Grant Program and the Curator of the USDA Clonal Germplasm Repository for pawpaws. And what that means essentially is that we've got stock of all the different pawpaw varieties from the world. And anyway, so Dr. Pomper leads the research with the pawpaws, which is the largest native fruit in the state of Kentucky. We'll probably hear more about that later. So please welcome Dr. Kirk Pomper.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm glad it's a beautiful sunny day. Oh, sorry. And really happy you could all be here today. I do want to ask, how many people have actually been to the KSU Research Farm before? Okay, quite a few first-time folks. Welcome. We have a lot of activities on the farm, and I know Dr. Young, who's going to be up next, probably going to tell you a little bit more, but we do have a lot of different workshops and conferences here, including our third Thursday workshop, which I'm sure Dr. Young will mention. And it's got a different topic every month, so it's really a lot of information and interaction with folks. We also have, our main campus is over in Frankfurt, a lot of research going on in different areas, and so we've got a lot of different research projects here at the farm. And so you'll see goats. We do a lot of work with meat goats, of course pawpaws, which I've worked with for 20-some years and love working with. Honeybees, organic. We have an organic farm that's right down the lower part of this farm. Many different areas, everything from value-added products with peppers to you name it. So it's a lot of exciting things that you get to see during the year, hemp, a lot of different things. So if you're interested in agriculture and you've got someone who might be interested in getting a degree or a certificate area in agriculture, we do have a number of different, just 4-class certificates in different areas of agriculture. We also have an undergraduate degree in Ag, Food, and the Environment, and has different option areas in agricultural science, environmental studies, and aquaculture studies, ag communications, and I'm forgetting one, ag business. There we go. So a lot of different, and nutritional sciences. And I think Dr. Tope is here, so I better make sure I say that. So a lot of different areas. If you've got a potential student who's interested, make sure and send them our way to take a look at the programs. And we do have an USDA 1890 scholarships program, which they can apply for, and if they meet the qualifications, they could have a room and board and tuition paid through that program. It's a really exciting program the USDA is putting forward to try and increase the numbers of folks in the agricultural area and careers in ag. And so it's a great program that we're lucky enough to participate in. So hope you'll have a chance. We also have our program distinction is aquaculture. And I'm not sure you're going to get a lot of aquaculture today, but that's another area that you can come out and see specific workshops in also. So I hope you'll take advantage of these things as we go along. I know it's going to be a really interesting couple of days for you. You're going to see a lot of different things. Know that there's more more depth that you can get into in these different areas if you want to. And I'll put a little shameless promotion here. Come back September, third Thursday for Pawpaw Day. And you can taste some pawpaws if you don't know what a pawpaw is. Sherry Crabtree over there will tell you about pawpaws, I think today, so you'll hear more about them. But I hope you have a great session here. And if you have any questions, feel free to talk to me, and I'll be here for a while. Otherwise, I'm gonna turn over the microphone to Dr. Allison Young, and she is the Associate Extension Administrator, so she's the leader of the daily extension programming and planning for extension. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Young.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Now, Dr. Pomper talked about a sunny day, and I'm just going to keep it real. It is a rainy day out, but for those of you all that do anything with gardening or have any fruit trees or bulbs or roses, I'm the rose person. And apparently I'm the wasp person too. But if you have any of those plants, this type of slow, steady rain and medium temperatures is just what they need to get the root systems going. And I just wanted to share with you all that first of all, kudos to Dr. Jessie Lay and the team for putting this program together. One thing I will give to Dr. Lay, she always seems to have her finger on the pulse of what's up and coming in agriculture and what our stakeholders in the county and the region need. So I just want to recognize her for that. And so I'm bringing greetings from Cooperative Extension, and we're fortunate to have this 1890 institution that has been a beacon of inspiration and excellence since 1886. The Cooperative Extension Service at KSU has provided a myriad of programming to improve the lives of minority and limited resource Kentuckians. As the ravages of the pandemic tore through our state, they met the challenge with our small businesses and our small farmers to give them resources and grants to keep them afloat. And when we talk about resources and grants, I know Joni Nelson works with our small grants program for agriculture. And so hopefully you might be able to speak with her today or do a little more research on that, because that's a very important resource. And as Dr. Pomper mentioned, we have been doing the third Thursday thing here. Now, he advocated for pawpaws in September. Our next third Thursday that we're having next month is going to be with aquaculture and tilapia. So we do a variety of themes during our third Thursday. Besides that, we have had we're the only 1890 that has gotten funding for disaster education. in the United States, and so they will be doing some programming with the flood survivors in Eastern Kentucky, and so we're very proud of that. Unfortunately, with how things have changed, it seems like it's more and more tornadoes, floods, and whatnot, and so at KSU Extension, we want to be a part of the solution and be part of the, to be on the cutting edge of recognizing those things. We also know that there needs to be a pipeline to get people into agriculture-related fields, because in the United States, we have a deficit of 20,000 to 30,000 in terms of people graduating with degrees that can be used in agriculture. So to deal with that, we have our Ag Discovery Program that focuses on animal science and veterinary sciences, and we have those applications online. It's for kids that are 9th grade, rising to 10th grade up until 12th grade, and they come to campus for 2 weeks. They go on, it's all free, and however, they do have to fill out their application, do 3 letters of reference, and do a really good essay to get in. We've had kids from New Hampshire, Puerto Rico, Wisconsin that have come in for this program, so it's very competitive, but it's a very good program, and it is funded by USDA. So we also have programming that deals with COVID, adult immunizations, and even though we're faced with a lot of issues, we do try to be innovative with our extension program, and we look forward to leading more of that, and we cooperate with University of Kentucky. So we have KSU, which is 1890, UK, which is 1862. So we both receive funds from the state and the federal. We're 2 institutions, but 1 extension service. So we try to collaborate as much as possible, and we are expanding. We have, we're going to have a center in northern Kentucky. We have a center in eastern Kentucky in Rowan County, and we already have a fully staffed regional center in Bowling Green, Kentucky. So again, we're being innovative and we are expanding. And one other thing I want to share is, what you all are doing is in homesteading. It's an important thing that you are doing. It's a vital aspect of American life that you are doing. You are creating a legacy for your family, for generations. You're creating a legacy. You're also educating your family members, the children or grandchildren in your family, and friends, because a lot of people have no idea where tomatoes come from. They think they just magically end up in a ketchup bottle. They think that potatoes just show up in an Ore-Ida bag and they're French fries. So there are things that a lot of people take for granted, but again, what you all are doing is so important and so much a part of the fabric of Kentucky and the United States. So I applaud you for what you're doing with homesteading, getting more education, and it is our hope that next year we don't want to have to leave our pastoral land out on the farm, but that we will spread and grow. And as Jesse Lay said, if there's anything you need after you leave here, don't hesitate to contact your county agents, your state specialists, because again, we're here to support our stakeholders, and when you win, we win, and we want to be a part of that. So thank you, welcome, and have a great conference.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Few housekeeping things before I introduce our first speaker. As we ask questions today, just try and speak up as best you can, and then we'll ask our presenters and speakers to repeat those questions so that everybody can hear it, and also our virtual audience, as this is recorded, and also, yes, this is being recorded, can hear what those questions are, and we're all on the same page. And actually, I'll add a fun fact, maybe not so fun, but a fact after what Dr. Young shared about the importance of this work of growing our own food, and that's that nearly half of the food that's produced in the United States is wasted, goes to landfills, or doesn't get consumed by humans. And so that really speaks to the importance of distributed food production at whatever scale. And so homesteading doesn't have to just happen on 5 acres or 10 acres or 20 acres. It can happen in your backyard, and I think we all know that you can produce a lot of food in a small space. Anyway, so I'm going to introduce our first presenters, and they are Ms. Joni Nelson, who works for the Kentucky State University College of Agriculture, Communities and Sciences in the Land Grant Program. And Joni is the manager of the Small Scale Farm Grant, and she also facilitates value-added processing training for farmers across the state. There are several mobile processing units that are available under Joni's supervision. One is a fruit and vegetable processing kitchen, and the other is a sorghum press. There's also an autoclave, which can be used to sterilize beehives throughout the state. Joni holds a bachelor's degree in horticulture from Auburn University and a master's from Kentucky State. And she'll be joined by Mr. Matt Behrends, who is a research and extension associate in KSU's land grant program, who provides instruction and support for the fermentation and distillation program. He also manages the commercial kitchen here at the research farm and helps producers with value-added production. So if we could welcome Ms. Joni Nelson and Matt Behrends.
Matt said he's hiding over at the side until it's his turn, so we'll just let him stay over there for a minute. Matt, wave. Yeah, we'll hear from him in just a minute. Ooh, my goodness. Okay. So he said a lot of the stuff that I was going to say, but that's okay. We'll go over a few things. Like I said, my name is Joni Nelson, and I've been at KSU for about 12 years now. And I've been in the state since 2009, and I really, really love Kentucky. It's very progressive. There's a lot of things going on here in Kentucky that I just love about it. We heard Dr. Young mention the upcoming Third Thursdays. We're going to talk a little bit about some of those. Thursday in April 20th is the Farmers Market Third Thursday. So if you're thinking about selling some of your home-based products or something like that, or if you're interested in some water quality or farm-to-school programs, we're going to be talking about those at the April 3rd Thursday. We're going to go ahead and get right into this. We're talking about home processing today. How many in here have processed their own food or preserved their own foods at home? Woo, I'm talking to experts. Y'all can probably teach me some stuff up in here. I'm telling you. So y'all know there's tons of different types of products that you can process. There's fermented foods, there's jams, jellies, which is a low-risk food. There's salsas, barbecue sauce, vinegars, hot sauce, that's kind of a higher-risk food. Syrups with your honeys, your maple, and your sorghum. I know somebody's going to be talking about bees later on. You have your baked goods, your soaps, your lotions, your beverages, pet treats, things like that. And for home processing and commercial processing, when it comes to the actual process, is kind of the same. It's the rules and regulations that change when it comes to processing your home foods in order to sell. So that's when some of the things change a little bit, but we're going to be talking about that here in a minute. So you're thinking about where do you start, right? So you want to think about your processing types. How are you going to process this food? What kind of equipment do you need? What kind of canning equipment do you need? Are you going to freeze it? Are you going to dry it? Do you need bags? What kind of recipes are you going to use? Is this your grandmother's favorite recipe? Is this from the Ball canning book? Where are you getting your ingredients? Are you growing those ingredients? How many here grow your own food? See? So a lot of you are growing your own ingredients that you're putting into these home processed foods. Are you going to, where are you going to store these foods? Is it going to be in a root cellar? Is it going to be in the basement? Is it going to be in a cabinet? You got to think about temperatures when you're thinking about storage. What's your marketing strategy? Are you going to market these products? Are you going to be a home-based processor and market these products locally? So there are several different types of home preservation methods. There's canning, freezing, and drying. Those are your basic methods that you kind of go through. Your choice of method depends on what kind of product you have, the consistency of that product, and the guideline. There's certain safe guidelines when it comes to processing certain foods. There's certain foods that you don't want to boil and heat and can. You want to freeze those because they're fresher and they taste better. There's some that have to be pressure canned under steam, and there's some that could be processed just in a hot water bath. You want to maintain the safety of that product because you've got to worry about microorganisms, enzymes that may break down your foods, things like that. So, how does the preservation method work? So freezing, as we know, it reduces the temperature. Basically, it stops the growth of those microorganisms. It doesn't sterilize your food or destroy those spoilage organisms, but it can keep away some of the chemical changes like oxidation, or they could potentially come back once you thaw that food out. Everybody's seen a potato go brown, an apple go brown, something like that. The enzymes that are naturally present in foods, their activity can lead to the deterioration of that food and the quality of that food. If you're drying something, it removes moisture from the food so that bacteria can't grow. If your water activity is low, then it's really hard for that bacteria to get in there and grow. Breads, as you know, some of them have lower water activity than others, so some breads may mold faster than others. You've seen that, I'm sure, on your counters. Drying slows down the action of the enzymes, but it also, again, it doesn't inactivate them, so once it reaches a certain temperature or certain moisture, those enzymes can just creep back up on you. Canning applies heat, which basically is in glass jars heated to certain temperatures. Does anybody know who the father of canning is? So until I was doing this presentation, I'd heard about it and I thought, well, I want to find that out. Nicholas Appert actually is the father of canning. He created a method of preserving foods as a response to the government asking for that particular, like they needed some way to preserve foods for the Army and the Navy to use. So he developed this canning method. He's considered the father of canning. However, at the time that he created it, he had no clue how it worked. He didn't understand the mechanism, he just knew that it actually worked. So that's why he's called kind of the father of canning. He started one of the first bottling companies in Paris called Mason Appert, however you want to say that, you know. I'm not very good with So, what is canning? I'm sure everyone in the room can probably answer this question, right? It's basically the process of using glass jars to preserve food. Once the canned foods are properly prepared, the jar's processing using one or two canning methods. You can use a hot water bath, or you can use steam, which is pressure canning under steam. Pressure canning allows a much higher temperature, so you're going to kind of create shelf-stable foods under either one of those. It just depends on your type of product, and we're going to go over those here in a little bit. So, boiling water bath, temperatures are about 212 degrees. Now, both of these, when you're doing a boiling water bath, you want to put that into warm jars. You don't want to put that in a cold jar, you want to put that in a sterilized jar. Acid foods can be processed under boiling water bath process, which is, you all probably know what that is. It's basically, you heat the food, you put it, it's like jams and jellies. Then you can it and you hold it at a certain temperature for 10 to 12 to 15 minutes, depending on the consistency in the jar. The addition of acidic ingredients would be an acidified food, which could be used under the boiling water bath method, which would be if you're adding lemon juice to something. So that would be an acidified food because you're trying to bring that pH down. If your pH is above 4.6, then it's considered a low acid food and you want to use a pressure canning method. As you can see here, there's a couple of different types of pressure canners and then a hot water bath canister pot also. So low acid foods have pH higher than 4.6. It's the opposite of what you would think. So a higher pH is considered a low acid food. And those could be meats, poultry, milks, fresh vegetables, except for most tomatoes. There's some of those heirloom tomatoes that don't have that high acidity in it. Some of your purple tomatoes don't really have that really high acidity in it. And so you have to make sure that you're checking that along the way. Most mixtures of low acid and acidified foods have pH values above 4.6 unless you're adding that lemon juice, that citric acid. Think of chow-chows and things like that. You know, you've got some low acid, maybe you're doing a salsa that's got corn in it. So you've got a low acid food and a high acid food mixed together. You've got to be able to check that pH. Sauerkrauts, jams, you know, fruit butters, apple butter. I'm sure y'all made apple butter before. I've had some really good, I never had apple butter before I moved to Kentucky. It was really good. Acidic foods, which is below 4.6, which is high acid. I know it's a little opposite there. Like I said, your tomatoes, figs, pears are a little borderline. You have to check the consistency or the pH of those also, because again, they're kind of like that tomato. They could have a high pH or they could have a lower pH. Fermented foods, which is your sauerkraut, pickles, yeast, they break down the carbohydrates, so you want your acidity high in order to process under a hot water bath. Your low acid foods, greater than 4.6. Again, vegetables, meats, poultry, soups, stews. You put some of those in jars. A lot of people will pre-make a lot of your soups and stews and put those in the canning jars and pressure can them. That if you have any meat in it, you definitely want to pressure can it. That kind of helps you get rid of some of those nasty critters. Speaking of nasty critters, so let's talk a little bit about food contamination. Does anybody know what a foodborne illness is? Anybody ever had one? Yeah, I have too. Trust me, it's not fun. They're basically caused by eating foods that are contaminated with bacteria or other harmful substances. So the food contamination could be a chemical hazard, a physical hazard, or a biological hazard. So a chemical hazard would be basically something got in there that wasn't supposed to. Maybe you had some cleaning supplies on the counter while you were making something and kind of knocked it in. Physical hazard could be maybe you're grinding meat and part of the grinder fell off in there. So you've got to have a magnet and kind of check just in case. Or biological hazards, which would be your enzymes and things like that. Some of your critters you want to avoid. Botulism. We're going to talk a little bit about this because home canned vegetables have been a significant cause in botulism outbreaks in the United States from 1999 to 2008. 75% or 75 of those 116 were caused by home prepared foods and 33 were caused by home canned foods. So please be careful when you're processing your foods. You want to make sure that you don't get nausea, blurred vision, difficulty swallowing, speaking, possible death. Nobody wants that, right? So you've got to check your food. You want to avoid your botulism. So in order to avoid your botulism, they're very hard to destroy in a boiling water temperature. The higher canner temperatures is what's going to destroy your botulism. When we talk about that low acid food, that's when you get into worrying about the botulism a lot. At temperatures between 240 and 250, the time to destroy the bacteria for low acid canned foods could be 20 to 100 minutes. So if you're using that pressure canner, you want to make sure that you're watching that temperature on the top, you're watching that pressure, and that PSI, is between 10 to 15, depending on your altitude and temperatures and things like that. So, in order to avoid and prevent botulism, there's several things that you can do. Do not modify the recipe. That recipe was pretty much developed by maybe scientific extension. Maybe it's a tried and true family recipe and nobody else has, had any issues with it. You want to look at your jar and what food is going into that jar. Where's your heat penetration in that jar? A lot of times when you're pressure canning your hot water bath, you've got the middle of the jar. That's kind of your cold spot, so you've got to be careful with that. Okay, I got ahead of myself there, but anyway, use recommended canners. If it's rusted, don't use it. If there's some chip out of it, if one of the latches on the side doesn't work right. Don't use it because you probably are not going to get that temperature and you're not going to get that heat that you need. Don't rush it. You're making home foods. You've done this 100 times, I'm sure. Don't rush the recipe. Don't rush the process because you forget something, or you mess up the temperature, or you could potentially you could potentially harm yourself as well. The equipment. So when we get to equipment, what you want to do is on your jars, you want to check for chipped glasses. How many have bought canning supplies from, I won't name a retail place, but a local retail place, and you get home and half the jars are chipped around the edge or on the top? I mean, you've got to be careful with that because that one jar that's chipped has contaminated every single jar in there because you don't know where those chips went to. So you want to wash, rinse, sanitize. We run ours through the dishwasher here. In order to keep them hot, we put them in the oven. So you can put them in a boiler, but we put them in the oven at 215, and we keep it, and we pull it out right before our product is done to put it in. Keep it hot over boiling water or in the oven. Don't reuse the flat lids. How many of you reused the flat lids before? And did they seal? Because the problem with those is once you use them, especially if you wash them, that rubber breaks down and it doesn't want to reseal. And you've got to keep the flats warm for the proper seal. So I simmer them in a little pot on the stove, a little saute pan, that's kind of what we use. So this is one of our local producers, Rising Suns Winery. She's just down the road in Lawrenceburg. She makes a lot of jams and jellies, and she makes a Pearl Paul bourbon jam that is really, really good. And she's worked with us through our commercial kitchen. Gina and Joey, they've done some jams and jellies. There's this book out there called The Home Canning. It's actually recommended by the USDA for home canning. It's one of the things that they recommend. So recipes, I mentioned this a little bit earlier. Where are you getting your recipes? Is it going to be from an old cookbook? Is it going to be USDA, a land-grant university? The Ball Canning book, you want to make sure that it's dated 1898, where are we at, y'all? 1989 or later. Let's talk about storing a little bit. Did I cut the bottom of this slide off? I may have. It's okay. When you're storing your food, you want to make sure you label and you date that food because you don't want to do like I did when my mother passed away and we were cleaning out her house. She had an entire cabinet full of jams and jellies, and I'm telling you, I didn't know which one was which. She used to make a kudzu jelly, and I have not seen it since, and I can't find the recipe. But she used to make a kudzu jelly, and I'm telling you, we went through every one of those jars going, is this kudzu, is this kudzu, is this? We didn't know because she didn't have anything labeled, and the labels that she did had, it had been so long, they had been in there for so long, they may have been kept a little longer than they needed to be. 1 year. 1 year is basically when they kind of, depending on what it is, you don't want to typically keep things for more than a year. You want to use that up. But, I mean, if it was the kudzu jelly, I wanted to keep that. I wanted to like mementalize, that. But anyway, don't go through that. Rusted lids, things like that. Yeah. Refrigerate unsealed jars. So all those jars that we kind of went through and kind of ate out of, put them back in the fridge. Avoid extreme temperatures. You don't want extreme highs or extreme lows. You know what happens when a glass jar is extreme lows? We've had that happen plenty of times. If it's too hot, sitting in the back of your car. Now, I'm not going to mention how many Coke cans have exploded in the back of my car when I was younger and scared the devil out of me. But it does happen, so you've got to watch about those extreme heats. For best quality, like I said, use within a year. If it's sealed, stored below 95 degrees, typically 50 to 70, it enhances the retention of that product. So let's talk a little bit about a home-based processor. Is there anyone in here, potentially, that may want to sell your home product? Okay? So you want to be a home-based processor. You can do that in the state of Kentucky. You can sell directly to to an individual, so I can sell it to you. I can put it on my online store. However, I have to hand deliver that. So it's direct to consumer sales is all you can do with home-based products. Doesn't matter if it's jams, jellies, granolas, wedding cakes, birthday cakes, cupcakes, doesn't matter. You have to sell that product individually from person to person. And only certain products are allowed under the home-based processor. You can also sell at a certified market registered by Farm Bureau or a Kentucky certified farmers markets, which if you're interested in what Kentucky certified farmers markets are and where they are in the state, come see us in April and come see Sharon Spencer from KDA. I'm pointing at her in the back. She has a booth out there also, if you're interested a little bit more about that. And if I mess up on this PowerPoint presentation, she's gonna get me. Home-based processing became a law a long time ago, but it changed in 2019, and it's subject to change on a yearly basis, basically. We hope it stays the same, but with legislation, always watch and always pay attention to that. The label must contain, this is a home-based product. You're required a registration for $50 yearly. It can't be sold, like I said, in grocery stores, retail outlets, or shipped to consumers or anything. Only low-risk products can be sold. There's a list of those products. I have a list. I can get you a list of those. And you have to have gross annual sales under $60,000. I don't really have a lot of farmers that are doing micro-based or home-based that are over 60. And if they are, they've already went commercial and they're not home-based anymore. Home-based microprocessor. So home-based, let's go back. Home-based processor is basically jams, jellies, breads, granolas, things like that. Dried herbs. Your home-based microprocessors, this is some of your barbecue sauces. Those low-acid foods I was mentioning, that's where this comes in. The only thing about the home-based processor microprocessor that's different is you have to actually grow the main ingredient if you're going to be a home-based microprocessor. You have to go through a training, which is $50 a year, or $50, and then $10 every renewal in 3 years. You also have to pay the food safety branch $50. They're going to get their money. So, again, label must contain this product is home-based. You can produce higher risk products, must have a farm-grown ingredient in it, main ingredient. Products can be sold at Kentucky certified farm markets with Farm Bureau or with KDA and on your farm. Requires an approved water source. If you have a cistern, they may or may not approve you. If you have a well, you have to have that water source approved. If you're interested in this, you can submit recipes through Ann Hall Norris. This is her phone number and contact information. It's annhall.norris@uky.edu. And then her phone number is 859-257-1812. You can submit recipes through her. So let's go over these two real quick. Home-based versus micro-based. Home-based microprocessor. I mess it up every time, Sharon. So if you grow the ingredient, you could be either one. If you don't grow the ingredient, then you have to stay under home-based processing, and you can't do some of the lower risk acidified foods. And somebody took my thing away. I can't see my slides anymore. So with that, does anybody have any questions? Yes? How do you test the pH is the question. They actually have meters that you can get. We've got some from Amazon. We've got some from a couple of different places. There's a home-based processor. Megan just sent me the link the other day to get a lot of these products from. You could use test strips, either one. I like using the meters because then you get a better reading if you're using a pH meter. So you would crack open a jar And what we do is we test it. We test the product before it goes into the jar, and then we test the product 24 hours to make sure the pH has not changed. Sometimes it could go lower, sometimes it could go higher. So you do want to check your pH at least twice, especially if you're doing a new product, something that you've never done before. And if you're having any issues, you want to test that product. I saw another hand in the back. So the difference between home-based processing and micro-based processing is micro-based processing is basically used for those farmers who are wanting to create those low-risk products, which would be chow chow or green beans or corn, canned corn, things like that. Those pressure canned items are the ones that are required underneath the home-based microprocessor. Because if you want to make those and sell those, you have to be home-based or you have to be commercial. Home-based micro or commercial. The home-based is typically reserved for those low-risk foods. Nothing can be refrigerated underneath home-based. If you have to have refrigeration, you need to go commercial or something like that. I'm going to pull that back up real quick. Right here.
I'm just curious, is there any kind of a website that has, that has consolidated, like whether it's by county or whatever, like who's in your area, who's doing processing, or that you could sort of just Google, like, oh, I want to know who's making honey or who's making, just as a consumer sort of resource?
So as a consumer resource and as a producer, there's a couple of different ways you can find out that information. KDA has a list of Kentucky Proud vendors that are in the state on their website. The Center for Crop Diversification gives out price reports and has a lot of really good information on their websites on what's like prices of certain products that are sold at farmers markets. I believe Fran with Farm Bureau has a list of the certified roadside stands. Now you would probably have to look at their particular website to see what they sell, but there are lists out there for that. Any other questions? I'm going to take one more and then I'm going to get Matt up here. In the back.
Are those $60,000 limits combined, or could you have separate product lines where you can go up to that limit for each?
Sharon? I think it is too. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's combined. So if you make more than $60,000 and you're doing either or, then you need to be commercial. Because if you're making that much product on that small of a scale, sometimes it's harder to keep that consistency sometimes.
And Joni, I'll touch something really quick. I'm Sharon Spencer. Good morning, everybody. Great crowd in here. I'm Sharon Spencer. I'm with Kentucky Department of Agriculture, and I do the farmers markets and agritourism. I also work with Kentucky Proud. We got a booth set up out here. I do have a farmers market manual that does have resource information in it about like what Joni has up here on the screen. Talk about home-based processing. You talked about the home-based processing. We just recently changed that a couple of years ago. We had what was called a home baker's bill. And so that went before legislation. Before the home-based processing, you had to grow the primary ingredient going into that product that you were going to be making. What changed with what we call the home baker's bill, the home-based processing now, you can buy your products wherever you want to buy it, which it was a little downside to us. Producers didn't like it, but it opened the door to where you can actually sell it at special events, festivals, any place that you do a direct-to-customer sale. You can advertise it online. You cannot sell it online. You still have to come to me, pay me for my product, and I have to hand it to you. But I've got a lot of information out here at my table. Farmers Market Manual, stop by and see me, and I can get you all that information.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Sharon's also going to be here next month for the April 3rd Thursday, so we can definitely bombard her with some questions as well. what we have up next is, oh, one more.
The $60,000, is that gross sales or is that gross profit?
Sales.
Sales, gross sales period.
Yes,
Okay.
gross sales. Yep. Right now we have Matt Behrends up here with us. He is, like they said earlier, part of our fermentation class, and he's going to do a demonstration on fermenting foods and hot sauce. I'll let him tell you a little bit more about this.
Hello. As she said, I'm Matt Behrends. I work with the fermentation distillation program as well as managing the kitchen back here that you guys will get to see at lunch. And I'll just start off by talking a little bit about fermented foods. You can see here, this is a demo I did for the class where I was making sauerkraut. And this is also a picture of when we were helping Rising Suns Winery with doing their jams and jellies. Next slide. Some of the demos we've done for the class is kombucha also. This is Dr. Tope, he is around here somewhere. They were making kombuchas and infusing them with different stuff. Next. And then just some of the other stuff we've done is sourdough starters. That was a new one for me this year. This was the best loaf that I've had come out. And then a sauerkraut. This one is dill and mustard seed. We have done taste testings with them. This one tasted well. And I like this one because it turns any hot dog into a Chicago-style hot dog. I'm from Illinois, so I got to plug them whenever I can. And then next to it, we got kimchi. This is a more traditional one. And then I've also done a cucumber kimchi that was reminiscent of a restaurant that I've been to back home that only needs to ferment overnight. It turned out pretty well. And then here's just kind of a booth displaying some of the stuff I've done. And this was at Bourbon on the Banks. And it's showcasing these are our roulette peppers that we've been growing and doing a lot with. They look hot, but they are habaneros with no heat. So they're a great conversation piece, and they're very waxy and just they look great. So when you're making a hot sauce, the first thing you want to think about is what peppers do you want to use, because they and how hot you want your sauce. This one, we started with habaneros, but wanted to kind of mild that out a little bit because that's a little bit much. So depending on how spicy you like it. And also one thing you think about when you're processing, the spiciness goes in the air. You will start coughing before you even smell it. So the hotter, you got to just be careful in being well-ventilated areas. Also with different peppers, cayennes are more of an instant heat. Habaneros are more of a building heat. So kind of you can mix them, match them based on what you like and what's going to complement what you're going with. So when you're going to think about making a hot sauce, you want to pick what color you're going to do it first. I've done greens, yellows, but this mixture of red and orange gives me a really nice scarlet color. And also, some peppers you can pick green and red, so you want to decide if you're going to pick them green or pick them red, because if you start mixing them, it's going to get a brown sauce. It's not going to look great, but still tastes fine. And then another thing is the size of the peppers. These are both small peppers. I like them. They're very prolific, and they're easy to process. If you get bigger peppers, it involves more chopping. So these are harder to pick, but easier to process. And then just some of the different peppers I've used over the years in different mixes. The middle one is green. That was habaneros in green Big Jims. This is, which one's first? This one. Okay. Every year I just kind of order from Johnny Seeds, and then I stick with the ones I like and just order 3 or 4 new ones every year, just kind of test them out. We've had fish peppers, Catarinas, St. Croix, which is another sweet pepper. Someone described it as almost a soda taste. It was very strange. And it made an interesting sauce. You can see in the second one, there's a mix of red and yellow. That was a yellow cayenne that we had one year that I had a lot of fun with. That was just a mix of 2 different cayennes. So typically, just experiment with them, find what you like. A lot of these had different tastes, but I've stuck with the roulette and habanero mix is my favorite. Next. So as you can see, these pictures show when they were first processed and then after 27 days of fermenting, because if you're going to be selling it, you need to know about how the color holds up. So you can see that the green kind of loses a lot of its color. It's not as shelf appealing, but the reds keep them really nice. The yellow fades a little bit. But when you're, after you've picked your peppers and you're getting ready to process them, you need to make sure that you have enough salt to let them ferment and keep any bad bacteria from growing. And when you're doing that, you need to make sure you get the right salt too, because if you get by just classic table salt, it has iodine in it. That can cause cloudiness. It can mess with your fermentation. So you want to go with a non-iodized salt that can be free-flowing, kosher, pink Himalayan, and you're going to want to get your brine ratio at between 2 and 5%. That's your sweet spot where nothing's growing, but the fermentation can still occur. The way I do this is I make my brine separate. Some people do it by volume, some people do it by weight. I do 3 tablespoons of salt per 4 cups of water. That gets me a little above the 5%, but then once you add it to your peppers, it's going to pull some moisture out of there, and it's going to drop you back into that range. I'm always a little weary, so I try to stay at the upper end of that. And then aging, you can do it as long as you want, as short as you want, a couple days, a couple weeks. I usually do 27 days, but Tabasco does theirs for 3 years in barrels. And then once you're ready to start processing, we've tried a lot of different methods for a lot of different stuff, and just trying to figure out what works best. This first one is just using a gigantic immersion blender, putting the peppers and some brine in a bucket and just blending it up. If you're doing it smaller scale, you can just use food processor like I'll be using today. And bottling, we have tried bottling lots of different methods with funnels, with that yellow thing you see there is a bottle filler. We tried to use that, but the sauce that I make is chunky, so it ended up just pressurizing it and making it explode all over me. So in order to fix that, we actually found that turkey basters work pretty well for filling small bottles. And as you can see here, here's some of the sauces I made. The green one, again, not very appealing. The yellow one actually stood out pretty bright, and then the reds, they hold their color pretty well. So we actually just debuted our thorough burn hot sauce, shown here, at our legislative fish fry earlier this month, and this is the recipe for it. 5 cups of fermented peppers. I let them go 27 days. 1 1/3 cups white vinegar, 1/2 cup of brine, and it makes about 11 5-ounce bottles. This is a bit more of a vinegary sauce, but I like vinegar, so that's why we stick it that way. And then I think that's all of them. Yeah, so then now I will show you. This here, I started earlier this week. It will actually be used for our Benson lunch at the end of next month. And like I said, with these small peppers, I like them because we're just going to be chopping off the tops, but they're so small, I just take my thumb, pop the top off. If they're fresh, give them a little crunch, help those cell walls break down, and just throw them in. This ratio is, for every habanero pepper, we're putting 2 roulette peppers because they are habaneros without the heat. So you're still getting that kind of floral taste from them, but you can actually enjoy it instead of just setting your mouth on fire. So I got 20 roulettes and 10 habaneros here. The roulettes have been frozen, but these roulettes are fresh. You do want to make sure that if you are using frozen peppers, it could have killed the natural yeasts on there, so you always want to try to use something fresh, or if you don't have the option of using any fresh peppers, you can take one of your previous ferments and just add a little juice, and that way you're getting those that lactobacillus back in there, and it can get to work doing its thing. Like I said, these are very easy to process. With the bigger peppers, you have to start chopping them into a lot of different parts. And we're filling this jar pretty full, but we do want to leave enough head space because it will be releasing, it will be converting stuff in here to carbon dioxide and releasing gas. So we got it pretty much covered, but you want to make sure everything is completely submerged. So we're going to make some brine here. And when you're looking for a water source, also you want to use unchlorinated water because chlorine can also mess with things. So this is spring water. You can get it Kroger. And we're doing 4 cups. With 3 tablespoons of our free-flowing salt. No iodine, very important. Yes. If anyone couldn't hear, he asked if the water in here was spring water, and it is all come from this jug. And you do want to use gloves when doing this because habaneros are very hot. And apparently earlier this morning, I touched one without realizing it because I touched my face earlier and it started burning. So you got to be very careful. So you're just adding enough to make sure everything's covered. And they are going to want to float still. So if you don't have a water weight or if you're doing a big thing like this, you can just use a Ziploc bag. You want to fill it with brine, whatever concentration you're using in your ferment, just in case it does spring a leak and starts leaking. You don't want it to dilute anything. You want it to still hold that salinity. So you stick this in there, make sure everything's covered, and now we're just going to seal it up and watch this. I'll burp it every few days for the next month. And then after that's been going a while, you can see here that it starts to get a bit cloudy. That's your fermentation at work. And now we are going to process some of this one. So you're going to want to start by draining off your brine. But you want to reserve it for later because we will be adding some of it back in. Reserving a little bit of that for later. And then just measure this out. This is what a water weight looks like if you have them. They come with kits you can get on Amazon. And we're a little under 5 cups here, so we'll make a half batch of what I showed on the screen there. So we've got about 3 cups of peppers. And then we are going to use, instead of the 1 1/3 cups of vinegar, we are just going to use 2/3. This is just white vinegar. You can use other vinegars if you like, but they will drastically change the flavor. And then we didn't drain them super well, so we're going to do a little less than 1/4 cup of brine. And this is just to taste and for consistency. So you can add more brine if you want a little saltier. You can add more vinegar if it's more or less vinegar based on taste. And just blend it till it's smooth. From this point, you can strain it if you like. I don't mind a chunky sauce, so I don't bother, because you start to lose a lot of mass if you want to start doing that. And then we're just going to take it. If it's going to work for me today. Turkey base is not one to cooperate very well, so we're going to switch to a funnel. And the main thing you want to make sure of when you're doing this is you still want to add enough vinegar to get that pH low enough to kill off your lactobacillus, because that is what's fermenting and still producing gas. So if it's still alive, then these are building pressure and could turn into little fridge bombs. So you want to leave little headspace. And then these bottles got off Amazon. They're Woozy bottles, 5 ounce, and they come with little dash tops and caps. And then you have hot sauce. You can sprinkle on anything. I usually use this one with nachos, and usually nachos. It's really gone on. And that's as easy as it is to make hot sauce. Any questions? Do we have any questions? Yes. So her question was, if you are making a sauce with frozen peppers, how much do you need to add from a previous ferment in order to get it going? You don't need much. If you have an old ferment, I usually just do a splash. You're really just trying to introduce the lactobacillus. From there, it can reproduce and keep going on its own. If you don't have a previous ferment, you cannot buy like sauerkraut from the store and use that. You would have to, you could hope on luck, or you could potentially just lightly wash your hands, because your hands will have some yeasts on them, and as long as you're getting a little bit of yeast in there, but have the salt content enough so no bacteria can grow, that could be a way of introducing it. But also going off of that, I didn't mention, home fermenting is a lot better for prebiotics and stuff, because if you go out to the store and buy their sauerkraut, it has been heat treated. So it takes all those healthy gut bacteria and it kills them off. So if you do it at home, then you can make sure those are alive and you're actually getting the benefits of them. Any other questions? Yes. This is shelf stable. If there's enough vinegar, so we have not had any explode from it, and I have had some sitting out for 2 years. They're good. Once you start using it, though, it probably is best to refrigerate it, because if you're repeatedly opening it, oxygen can get in there and start changing the color and quality. Yes.
So is that a product you can sell, like at a farmer's market then?
We are currently getting the recipe FDA approved, and then we would be able to sell it at farmers markets, potentially?
Yes, we actually have the label approved and the recipe, and we just need to have the FDA come in and watch us process it, and then we can sell it commercially. So, but if you wanted to do this at home, home-based, you wouldn't have to go through that whole process. You could just do it under the home-based processing rules and regulations they have here in the state. But you still have to have that home-based processing label on that label.
So his question was, does using spring water versus tap water affect the process? Spring water is chlorine-free. A lot of tap water has chlorine in it, so if you do want to use that, you want to try to let it sit out so that can gas off, just because it can, if there's a lot, it can kill off that natural yeast and active bacteria. Yes.
With general lactofermentation, are those products sellable under the home-based processing license, or is it because you home-based processing laws, or is it because you added the vinegar that makes it shelf stable?
Vinegar. You acidified it, so you brought that pH down. We know the pH of this one is, what was it last time we checked?
I want to say between 2 and 3, like 2.7?
Yeah, it was like 2.7 or 3, I think the pH was. So we're way below the threshold, which is 4.6. I don't really like for anything, honestly, that I work with to be above 4.2 when I first put it in the jars, because like I said, it could go up or down depending on consistency or viscosity of the product that's in it.
Yes.
To the recipe. So you have, because you have vinegar in the brine already, right? And then you add vinegar?
The brine itself is just salt and water.
It's just the salt,
yes.
Okay.
So the only addition of vinegar is when you're bottling it or ready to process it.
It's the salt in the brine that lowers the water activity. Even though it looks like it has a lot of water in it, the salt makes it to where it's not available water.
I just wanted to know if we could see the recipe again. I didn't get to write it down.
Yeah. Okay. Yes.
An unopened bottle that's shelf stable, how long could it sit there?
So with the red ones, I have had them out for, like I said, 2 years, and they still look fine. I haven't tasted them, but typically in that time they might just, the flavors might change a little bit, but since the pH is so low, it's more based on appearance. So like the yellow one I made, that one kind of separated out and lost all of its color and didn't really look good after about 10 months to a year. But with these, as long as they look good and there's nothing growing on the top of them, they're stable. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
All right, folks, we're going to take a 5-minute break just so you guys can get up, stretch, slap yourself so you get awake. There is still donuts and breakfast treats here in the back right, out in the pavilion, so you guys can help yourselves still. And then when we come back, just a quick reminder, at the end of each talk, wait for a microphone before asking questions. We want everybody to hear what you got to say just so that we don't have any repeats. Thank you.
Wait, just, okay. Yeah, I guess, yeah. I was about to say, we had crackers in the back, but.
Oh, I don't need crackers.
That can help you carry stuff. Yes, yes, please. Hey, how are you? I want to wash my hands and I want to hold a baby, but I'm not going to hold a baby with hot sauce on my hands. No, I don't think so either.
What about using distilled?
Yeah, that would work.
So spraying more distilled is acceptable?
Just as long as it doesn't have chlorine.
What about adding spice, extra spice into? Will that affect the recipe?
Extra spice.
So like if you wanted to add nutmeg or something like that?
Add what?
So like adding nutmeg, you know.
I'm hearing an egg? What?
Nutmeg.
Nutmeg, oh.
You know,
Change the flavor. I haven't done a lot with that, but I would probably do that at the end after it ferments.
Okay. I'd be curious to see what you do if you added something like that, or chili powder, or.
I have some dehydrated habaneros that I'm trying to figure out what to do with.
There you go.
But I mean, we don't have enough for like the number of people. I mean, we can maybe give away like 2 dozen pawpaw trees.
Who's got stakes out there?
They almost always like sold out. But yeah, I don't think we had really decided, because we thought we were going to have a table, but then they asked us to do ice cream too, and we can't really do both, so I think we're going to mostly be serving ice cream. But we might have some seeds to give away, like we have more seeds than trees. So yeah, we need to talk about what we're going to do for that, because I don't think, it almost seems like it could create a problem, like if we had to either give away no trees or have enough trees for a lot of people, so we have like 2 dozen trees. They got a tree and they didn't. So it almost seems like
It's too bad we don't have like
in Kentucky there's just like, it's like they sell out every time, so I don't know that they're producing that many. Yeah. You want me to show me which type? Seeds are the main thing that we end up giving away, because it's just a lot easier to give somebody a packet of seeds than a whole tree. Just the space in the greenhouse, the space that the seeds take up. Yeah.
All right, folks, hopefully everybody can get back in and get settled down. We're going to go ahead and pick back up where we left off. Next up, we have Sherry Crabtree. I'm going to be doing a talk on growing perennial fruits and nuts. Sherry is a horticulture research and extension associate at KSU. She specializes in tree fruits, small fruits, nuts, and particularly pawpaw, persimmon, and blackberry, and other niche fruits. Her areas of focus include breeding, variety trials, propagation, value-added product development, conducting orchard tours and workshops, and assisting fruit and nut growers from commercial orchards to hobbyists. Sherry has a bachelor's in horticulture and a master's in plant and soil science from the University of Kentucky and has been with KSU for 22 years.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Hope everybody had a good break. Like you said, my name's Sherry Crabtree. I am a horticulture research and extension associate here at KSU. A lot of you may know me from the pawpaw world if you've come to our pawpaw Third Thursday things. So we will just get into it, growing perennial fruit and nut crops. So first, just a little bit about fruit production in Kentucky in general, because there's a lot of things about growing fruits and nuts that are the same for lots of different species, so we don't have to go through, growing requirements for every single fruit. Almost everything likes a deep, well-drained soil, lots of organic matter, and most of these crops that we'll talk about like a slightly acid to neutral pH. Most fruits also produce better in full sun. They just get more energy from the sunlight, more energy to flower and set fruit and grow fruit. Also, you want good air circulation, which can help prevent diseases, but you do want them protected from strong winds. We saw just a couple of weeks ago these 60, 70 mile an hour winds that went through here that broke a lot of our fruit tree limbs. So somewhere where there's a wind break or some protection from strong winds, and also not in the lowest lying areas, because cold air is denser or heavier than warm air. And so when we get these cold temperatures in the spring, the cold air tends to settle in low-lying areas, and plants that are planted in those areas are going to be more prone to frost and freeze damage. So you want them kind of on the upper end of slopes generally. And it's always better to do soil tests before you plant. It's easier to amend the soil before you get the plants in than it is to try to amend the soil afterwards. And your county extension agent can help with soil testing. They have soil test kits that they can help you collect and send in, so you find out if your soil is deficient in any nutrients and you need to amend it ahead of time before planting. Weed control, irrigation, fertilization is going to be important for all the things that we talk about. Generally, all these fruit crops Pruning is in early spring. That's one of the first things that you do. Also, we have a lot of insect and disease problems in Kentucky. So hot, humid summers, a lot of moisture on the leaves. Sometimes we have clay soils that are a little bit heavier that make them more prone to root rot. So insect and disease pressure can be higher in Kentucky. And we also get a lot of these late spring frosts and freeze events. We'll warm up early. This happened last week, week before last. We get warm really early in the spring. Everything will start growing and bloom. And then we get cold again and it kills it back. So for those reasons, you want to select cold hardy or late blooming varieties of all these crops that we're going to talk about here in a minute. And disease-resistant cultivars are some of the most important things. You also want to think about how much space you have. If you don't have a lot of space, you want to choose plants that are smaller, or if we're talking about apple trees or peach trees, you want to choose dwarf varieties that will take up less room. And again, pretty much all of these you're harvesting earlier in the day and getting in the refrigerator as quickly as possible to have a longer shelf life. So all of these crops that we're going to talk about, there is a fruit and nut cultivar nursery source list that UK put out that was just revised a couple of years ago. And ideally, you want to have a diverse selection of different fruits and nuts to have the potential to harvest all throughout the year. So you've got things like strawberries that start fruiting in the spring, all the way to persimmons that fruit late in the fall. So as far as tree fruit production in Kentucky, the most common fruits that we see grown commercially in Kentucky are apples and peaches. However, like I mentioned, there's a lot of disease and insect pressure, and these are not as resistant to disease and insect problems as some of our native plants. We also see a lot of problems with late spring frosts. Our peaches were in full bloom, and then we had this freeze last week that killed most of the flowers. But tree fruits do have a high per acre income. So for that reason, we focus here at KSU on more native fruits and nuts. Pawpaw is one of the crops that we do most of our research on. They're better suited for the climate and growing conditions in Kentucky and can be grown more low input. We try to focus on sustainable agriculture and low input production. So these are some of the tree fruits that we are going to cover today. So pawpaw, I'm going to start with that because that is one of the main crops that we do research on here at KSU. How many of you all have eaten pawpaws before, or familiar with them? Okay, yeah, it looks like maybe about half of you, a third of you. If you haven't tasted pawpaw before, they have a really unique kind of tropical, tutti fruity flavor. If you haven't tasted them before, the best description is kind of a blend of mango and banana for the flavor. And the texture is soft, a creamy texture, kind of like a ripe avocado. And you see the skin is green, and when you cut them open inside, they have a yellow to orange colored flesh. They're very nutritious, high in lots of vitamins, minerals, antioxidants. They're a fairly small tree, so if you don't have a huge space, pawpaw is a good choice. They get 15 to 20 feet tall generally, and you can prune them to keep them a little bit smaller. And mature trees, you're looking at about 35 to 50 pounds of fruit per tree, yield-wise. And these fruits in late summer, early fall. So we start harvesting our pawpaws the end of August and go through the end of September. So one thing about pawpaws, you do need at least 2 trees for cross-pollination. If you have a single tree, sometimes they'll set a few fruit, but they generally don't set a lot of fruit through self-pollination. About 8 to 10 feet between trees is the recommended planting distance, and spring planting is better for pawpaw trees. So if you're starting them from seed especially, they do need some shade the first couple of years until they're about 1.5 feet tall. Pawpaws are sensitive to full sun and need some shade, but after that they can grow in full sun and have higher yields in full sun. And one great thing about pawpaws, being a native plant, there's not a lot of insect pests and diseases that bother pawpaws. So it's a good crop, a good choice to grow organically or low input. And you can grow them yourself from seed. So if you eat a pawpaw fruit and you want to save the seed, put it in the refrigerator over the winter and plant it in the spring, you can do that. But pawpaws are not true to type from seed. So if you have a fruit and you eat it and it's really good, you save the seed and plant it. it's not going to be identical to the parent. It's going to be a cross of the two parents. So to propagate cultivars true to type, they're grafted. Pawpaws won't root from cutting. So grafting is when you basically have a seedling that you've grown up that's a couple of years old. You take a cutting off of the tree that you want to propagate, and you make kind of a V-shaped cut and fit those two together, wrap it up, and that will grow up into the new tree. But you can propagate them yourself by seed if it doesn't bother you that it's not identical to the tree that you got it from. So pawpaws are native to Kentucky and most of the eastern U.S. You usually find them in the understory of hardwood forests, usually along rivers and creeks, environments like that. And they'll form these big patches, like the song Way Down Yonder in the Pawpaw Patch. And it can look like hundreds of trees in these patches, but they're all from one root system usually. They spread by these root suckers and form these huge patches. And a lot of times in the wild, you don't see a lot of fruit, and that's part of the reason. Remember, they need to cross-pollinate, so if you have all these shoots from one root system, they're all identical genetically. So it looks like a lot of trees, but there's not anything different for them to cross-pollinate with. A lot of times you also will find lower quality fruit on the wild trees. They can be small or have a lot of seeds or have bitter flavors. But there are strategies you can use to manage wild patches to help maximize fruit production in the wild patches. You do want to thin them out a little bit so they're about 8 feet apart between the trees. Cut out anything that's shading them. So if you've got larger trees over them that are giving heavy shade, you can prune those to get a little bit more light into the pawpaws, and also clear out anything, bush honeysuckles and invasive species that kind of gets in the same niche as pawpaw. Clear out anything that is competing with the pawpaws. And you can also bring in seedlings or grafted trees from somewhere else to plant in the patch to have something genetically different to cross-pollinate with to improve diversity, and then you get higher fruit set. A lot of people ask about transplanting root suckers. Can I dig up these little root suckers and move them? That can be hard to do because pawpaws have a taproot. They naturally have a really deep taproot, and the root suckers are more attached by kind of a runner root. And so the best way to do that is if you cut around the root sucker with a shovel, just in a circle around it, and leave it for a year, and it will develop a little bit more of its own root system. Then you can dig it and transplant it the following year, is the best way to do that. So here at KSU, one of the main things we do in our pawpaw research program, we're breeding new improved varieties that do well in Kentucky. And so these are some pawpaw cultivars that we recommend for this area. KSU Atwood is one that came from our breeding program. It has kind of a mango flavor. It's a little bit later ripening, so usually about the middle of September is when Atwood ripens. KSU Benson is another one from our breeding program. It's early ripening, usually about late August is when Benson ripens. It's got this really round shape. And KSU Chappelle is our most recent cultivar release. It's kind of in the middle, so usually early September is when Chappelle starts ripening. It's very vigorous, fast-growing, has kind of a banana pineapple flavor to it, so have a really unique flavor, not a lot of seeds. So all of those, they were developed here at KSU and in trials here, so they're going to do well in this area. These are some other pawpaw cultivars that have performed well in variety trials here. NC1 Overleaf, which has kind of a cantaloupe flavor, and Sunflower, which has a milder flavor. And some people that haven't eaten pawpaws a lot tend to like the ones that have a little bit milder flavors to them. Okay, some other varieties that have done well in trials here. Peterson pawpaws, this was a breeder in West Virginia, so those are all, developed pretty close to this area, do well in this growing zone. Potomac has really large, nice fruit. Shenandoah is another milder flavored pawpaw. Wabash. Susquehanna is a really nice flavored, it's won a lot of taste tests when we have them here or at the Ohio Pawpaw Festival. A lot of times Susquehanna is a lot of people's favorite flavor-wise. So there are a few nurseries in Kentucky that sell pawpaw trees. England's Orchard Nursery, which is down close to Berea, Peaceful Heritage Nursery that's in Lincoln County, and Oakland Farm Trees that is in Paris. but also the Kentucky State Division of Forestry sells pawpaw seedlings in larger quantities, kind of in bundles of 10 or 50 or 100 in the larger quantities. All of these tend to sell out pretty quickly, so it may be the kind of thing, get in touch with them, order them ahead of time, get on a wait list. So pawpaw fruit, when they are ripe, they have a very short shelf life. They're soft, they bruise easily, they don't last a long time at room temperature. So you can eat them fresh or sell them fresh if you're looking to sell them. But since they have such a short shelf life, you can freeze them for longer term storage, and then you can use them in recipes. So pawpaw ice cream, if you've ever been here at an event where we sell the pawpaw ice cream, serve the pawpaw ice cream, makes a really good ice cream since the fruit has kind of a creamy flavor. But you can also use it in cooking as a banana substitute. So basically any recipes that call for bananas, you can substitute pawpaw for bananas in those recipes. As far as if you're growing pawpaws, where to sell them, or if you're looking for where to buy fruit, where you can buy them, generally farmers markets is the best place to look for them, starting in early September is kind of when the season starts. Some local produce markets, so places like Good Foods Co-op in Lexington, Paul's Fruit Market in Louisville, kind of more small specialty stores will sell pawpaw fruit. And if you have fruit that you're growing that you're looking to sell, wineries and breweries and distilleries have kind of become the biggest market for pawpaw fruit in Kentucky. They buy just about all that people will produce. So that's also some local restaurants, that do kind of the farm to table, local foods, are interested in pawpaw fruit. Oh, my clicker is not wanting to. Okay, whoop, too far. Okay, so Dr. Pomper mentioned this, but our third Thursday thing is in September. It's also National Pawpaw Day, so that's September 21st this year. And it's right here, the same room at the farm. So we'll have fruit to taste, we'll have the famous pawpaw ice cream, we'll have orchard tours, things like that. We also are gonna have a tree grafting workshop coming up on May 5th. And that will be on Eventbrite, so the land grant, the KSU land grant page where you got the tickets to this event. Make sure you're following that if you're interested in the tree grafting workshop, because that will be posted on Eventbrite. So moving on to another native fruit crop, persimmon. American persimmon is native to this area, southeast and midwestern US. What you see in the grocery stores that's larger are Asian persimmons. And those we can't grow here because they're not cold hardy. If it gets to about 0 to 10 above Fahrenheit, they will die back to the ground, and we generally get colder than that every winter. So American persimmon is what we grow here. They're pretty tolerant of a lot of different soil types and environments. They do have a little bit smaller fruit than the Asian persimmon, so about 1 to 2 inch diameter fruit. And similar to pawpaws, they'll start bearing, it takes a few years, so grafted trees 3 to 5 years, seedlings take a little bit longer. And so persimmon has male and female trees separate, and female trees are what produces fruit. So some recommended cultivars for persimmon, Early Golden, Yates, John Rick are some that you see most commonly. Meter is one that is self-fruitful that you don't need a pollinator for, and so it can produce seedless fruit. Since it doesn't get pollinated, it won't produce seeds in the fruit. Persimmon is also a fall crop a little bit later than pawpaws, so usually October is when they ripen. And if possible, you want to keep the little cap on when you pick them so it doesn't tear and they store longer. And you can also freeze these for longer term storage, so they are a softer fruit. And I do want to mention, as far as ripening in October, has anybody eaten an underripe persimmon before? A few of you, so you know, they're very astringent. I think I had that on an earlier slide. But anyway, yeah, they're very astringent when they're not ripe yet. So you want to make sure they're completely ripe. And a lot of times it's around frost. It can be, kind of the middle of October, and they'll be soft. So if you eat them when they're underripe, make your mouth feel like it's about to turn inside out. They're so astringent. So make sure they're completely ripe. So moving on to peaches. So peaches are something that's a little bit more mainstream than the pawpaw and persimmon. Peach being a more southern species, they like spring planting also, but they are also more prone to spring frosts and freezes. They like to, once it warms up in the spring here, they like to bloom early, and then we still get cold after that, which we've seen this year. So you want to definitely choose a site that's on higher ground to prevent spring damage from spring freezes. They're also a little bit larger trees, so about 20 feet spacing between trees on peaches. You definitely want a well-drained soil because they're a little bit prone to root rots. Now, peaches are self-fertile, and there are different types. There's yellow flesh peaches, there's white flesh peaches. There are cling, which means that the flesh clings to the stone in the middle, and freestone, which means that you cut them in half and the stone comes out freely. Usually cling is used for canning because cling peaches are firmer, and freestone is more for fresh eating. So as far as planting peaches, they fruit a little bit earlier, so usually in 2 to 4 years you'll get fruit off of peaches. However, one drawback to peaches, I don't know what I did, is that there are a lot of bacterial and fungal diseases. So they usually need a spray program, fungicides, insecticides. So they do need pruning, so you want to prune them to an open shape, an open vase, so they get good light penetration. So that will help with airflow. All these fungal diseases need wet surfaces, wet fruit and wet leaf surfaces. So if you prune them, one, it lets sunlight get in, the fruit will color up better with sunlight, but also lets airflow so the leaf surfaces and fruit surfaces dry faster. You also need to thin peaches. If you don't thin them, you'll get what you see on the lower right. You'll get a ton of fruit all bunched together, and they won't size up well. They'll stay small. They'll be poor quality because there's not enough sugars to go around, so they won't have good flavor, and it'll also break the limbs on the trees. So you do need to just hand remove a lot of the fruit, so they're about 6 to 8 inches apart to give them plenty of room to grow. And again, you want to choose late flowering peaches. It's really important in Kentucky, and disease-resistant varieties. And peaches start fruiting in July, is when we usually see the earliest ripening varieties. And some of those, Red Haven is one of the most popular peach varieties that's pretty early ripening. Kayla is another one. Then mid-season, August, Contender and Crest Haven are both really good disease-resistant peaches. And late season, we see Encore, Flame Prince, Blushing Star, some that do well in Kentucky. They're a little bit more disease-resistant. And similar to a lot of the other fruits that we talked about, they do bruise easily. You know, a soft peach is pretty soft. So you want to handle them gently when you pick them. Don't stack them super deep in a basket. And so a tree, you'll see about 4 to 6 bushels of yield per tree. So apple, moving on to apple, you can plant apples in the fall or the spring. They do need to cross-pollinate. So peaches were self-fertile, apples need to cross-pollinate, and you want to choose a variety that has a similar bloom time with apples also. And dwarf apple trees, if you don't have a lot of room, you want to make sure that you choose a dwarf or a semi-dwarf apple tree because the full-size apple trees can get quite large and be hard to reach them, to harvest them, and things like that. So apples, you usually prune them to what's called a central leader that you see on the lower left of the screen, kind of a Christmas tree shape, a pyramidal shape. And apples also, unfortunately, have a fair amount of diseases and insect problems. So choosing resistant cultivars is important, but a lot of times you do need to spray peaches with fungicides and pesticides, unfortunately. Apples also need to be thinned similar to peaches, or else the tree will be overloaded and the fruit won't size up and you'll see limbs breaking. So again, choosing disease-resistant cultivars is key in Kentucky. The earliest apples will start ripening in July. So Williams Pride is usually the earliest. Pristine and Red Free are 2 good disease-resistant apples that are early. Mid-season, which is kind of August to September, Freedom, Empire, Gala, Liberty, these are some other disease-resistant apple varieties. Then getting into September, October, Enterprise, Gold Rush, Jana Gold, these are good quality disease-resistant apples. Apples can be stored a lot longer than the other fruits that we talked about. As long as you get them into the refrigerator, they can usually be stored even until spring. So moving into nuts a little bit. Hickories and pecans are native to this area. They're the same genus, different species. And this is an important part of the ecosystem in Kentucky. The oak hickory forest is kind of the main forest type in Kentucky. It used to be chestnut oak until the American chestnuts died out, and then the hickory oak kind of took over. So it's an important part for animal species. Squirrels eat lots of hickory and pecan. The wood is a nice, hard, dense wood that's used a lot in furniture, other things. And also for smoking foods, and of course the nuts themselves. So pecan. Pecan is a different species from hickory. Pecans need a moist but well-drained soil. There are some varieties that are recommended for Kentucky that are scab resistant. Major, Green River, Mohawk, those are some that you see recommended often for Kentucky. Nut trees take a while to start producing, so usually 5 to 10 years at least until you'll start harvesting nuts, but they're a very long-lived tree. And pecans are fairly recently domesticated, if you want to call it that. And so a lot of the varieties that you see were just selected in the wild. People were harvesting, foraging for wild pecans, found one that had large nuts, and selected that and started propagating it. So hickory species, shellbark hickory has the largest nut of any of the hickories. It usually needs a little bit wetter soil, so it's usually found in river bottoms, areas like that have a little bit more moist soil. There are some varieties that are recommended for Kentucky, Dalton and Fayette. Fayette's self-fertile, you'll see that recommended a lot. And again, these have the largest, kind of best quality nuts for the hickories. There's also shagbark hickory that is a different species that has the shaggy bark, hence its name, kind of peeling, flaky bark. These are found in drier areas than the shellbark hickory, but again, they're a very long-lived tree, have a good-sized nut. Cook, Granger, Wilmoth are some that you see recommended for Kentucky. So pignut hickory is the most common hickory nut that you'll find growing wild in Kentucky, but unfortunately, even though it's the most common one in Kentucky, it doesn't have the best quality nuts. It doesn't crack out of the shell well, so you'll crack the shell and the nut meats will want to stay in the shell and they're hard to get out and you can't get whole nuts or halves out. But that is the most common hickory that you'll find growing wild in Kentucky. Black walnut is also a common native plant in Kentucky, and it's what's called a pioneer species, so a lot of times when a forest is cleared out or it's burned, black walnut is one of the first trees that you'll see growing in that area. And it's usually found in kind of well-drained river bottom type areas. One thing about black walnuts, they produce a compound called juglone that inhibits growth of other plants around it. So some plants are sensitive to this and some are not. So you want to make sure that you're growing something, not growing things too close to the black walnuts, or if you are, that it's resistant to juglone. Black walnuts are used for oil, the nut meats, and also the wood, of course, is important. So with all these nuts, usually they will fall on the ground when they're ready to harvest, and you can gather them off the ground. You can put tarps down on the ground to help catch the nuts and then just collect them off the tarps or kind of bundle the tarps up is an easy way to harvest them. Black walnuts, I want to mention, because a lot of people have wild black walnuts. There is this company that, Hammond's product company, that has black walnut hulling stations around the state in the fall. So they've got 21 stations all around the state where you can collect the black walnuts, hull and all, and take them there, and they have this big commercial hulling machine, and they will pay you per pound for your black walnuts. So I want to talk a little bit about berries and small fruits also. They're also perennial crops. Blackberry is the state fruit of Kentucky. Blackberry canes, a little bit about their growth habits. They will grow for 2 seasons and then they die. And so the blackberries that you're probably more familiar with only fruit on 2-year-old canes. So they grow 1 year and they're only vegetative. They don't flower and fruit. Then the second year in the summer they produce fruit, and then the year after that they die and should be removed. But there are primocane or fall fruiting blackberries that will fruit in their first year in the fall on 1-year-old canes. And so they will also fruit the next year in the summer, so you can mow them down in the winter and only get a fall crop, or you can let them grow and get a fall and then a summer crop off of them. So blackberries are also, they're native, they're pretty easy to grow organically, except unfortunately the fall fruiting blackberries, one drawback to them is the spotted winged Drosophila, which is a type of fruit fly, is at its peak in late summer, early fall, and so that's a problem on the fall fruiting blackberries. Usually the summer fruiting ones are early enough that they're not a big problem on those. So spring planting for blackberries, 2 to 3 feet between plants. Most of these cultivars that we'll recommend on the next slide are upright, so you don't need a trellis for them. And as far as pruning, remember the blackberries, the canes live 2 years and then they die. So after the second year, after they fruit, you want to remove those old canes because they're going to die anyway. You can also pinch back the canes in the spring, and that promotes branching. You get more flowering and fruiting with more branches on the canes. The fall fruiting blackberries only, you can mow them down in the wintertime and have only a fall crop. Don't do that with the summer fruiting because then you would never get a crop because those have to get 2 years old before they will produce fruit. But if you're growing the primocane or fall fruiting blackberries, you can mow those down in the wintertime. So some recommended varieties for Kentucky for blackberry, the summer fruiting, which is about July, Natchez, Osage, Ouachita, Ponca, and Cato are some that are thornless and upright growing. For the fall fruiting blackberries, Primark Traveler and Black Gem are thornless. Primark 45 and Black Magic are thorny. All of these are upright growing, don't need a trellis. You want to harvest these when they're fully ripe, so when the berry's black, but when it's still glossy. So it'll have a little bit longer shelf life. When they're fully ripe, they're kind of soft and they're matte black, and they won't store very long at that point. So raspberries, same species or same genus as blackberries, but a different species. So a lot of things about growing them are similar. There are both summer and fall fruiting raspberries. Similar growth habits. Raspberries need a really well-drained soil, so a lot of times people plant them on a raised bed or kind of on mounds to make sure that the soil is well-drained. They also like a little bit cooler conditions than blackberries, so a north-facing slope or even somewhere that gets a little bit of shade in the afternoon is good for raspberries. And some varieties recommended for Kentucky for the June bearing. There's several red, black, and purple, different colors. Fall fruiting is August, October, same as the blackberries, and there are red and gold, different colors for the raspberries. So blueberries are a longer lived crop. Once you plant them, they can live 20 up to even 40 years. One tricky thing about blueberries in Kentucky, they need an acid soil, which we don't generally have in Kentucky. So they need about a 4.5 to 5.2 pH. So a lot of times you need to amend the soil with peat moss or use ammonium sulfate or just add sulfur to the soil to help acidify the soil. And they do need to cross-pollinate. Again, blueberry, the acid soil requirement's the biggest challenge in Kentucky, and that can make you see this iron chlorosis, which is where you see these yellowish leaves. Sometimes they'll even turn a little bit reddish, and that means that they are iron deficient, which is caused by the pH being too high, and the iron is not available when the pH is too high. So that's why you see that. There are some insect pests with blueberries. There's not a lot of diseases, but Japanese beetles like to feed on blueberry foliage, and again, that spotted winged Drosophila fruit fly. And birds are a problem, so generally you need to have a net over the blueberries. So again, there are some early, mid, and late season blueberry cultivars that are recommended for Kentucky. Duke, Patriot, Nelson, Darrow, Elliott are probably the most commonly grown and commonly recommended varieties. And again, you want to make sure that they're fully ripe when you pick them, because blueberries will not ripen off the bush. They'll not ripen any further after you pick them. But they will store on the bush a little bit longer than others, so it's not as important to get out there every day or every other day to harvest them. So strawberry, usually the first crop that we'll see in the spring at the farmers markets, or the first fruit that you'll see. These are planted in the spring, usually 2 to 2.5 feet between plants. An important thing about planting strawberries, you want to plant them where the crown is even with the ground surface. There is kind of a little raspberry crown. You don't want to bury that or plant it so it's high up out of the ground. There are different ways of growing strawberries. Matted row is usually the most common in Kentucky, but you see them grown on plastic sometimes too, or if you have limited space, you can grow them in containers. You do want to mulch them in the wintertime with straw to help prevent freeze damage. And there are some root diseases that you'll see with strawberries, so they need a well-drained soil also, or you'll see some of these root rots. So these are some varieties of strawberries that are recommended for Kentucky. There are early, mid, and later season, so that kind of ranges from May through June or July. There are also ever-bearing strawberries that will have several crops throughout the summer, which unfortunately gets into that spotted ring Drosophila time in late summer when the spotted ring Drosophila pressure is higher. Again, you want to try to harvest these with the little green cap on if possible, so they'll store a little bit longer. And like a lot of the other fruits, they bruise easily, so you don't want to stack them too deep in the containers. A lot of people do U-pick for strawberries, so people can come to your farm, pick them themselves, and pay by the pound. You can also make a lot of value-added products with strawberries. Strawberry jam, of course, is very popular. Or you can just freeze the whole fruit. So gooseberries and currants, it kind of got cut off at the top or moved up too high. Kind of a unique small fruit. So gooseberries and currants are both the same species, ribes, just different, same genus, ribes, different species. So there are currants, there are red, white, pink, and black currants. Gooseberries are usually green, yellow, red when they're ripe. Gooseberries have thorns, currants don't, is one way that you can tell the difference. And these all have kind of a tart berry flavor. Some of them are kind of raspberry-like. Most important thing with gooseberries and currants is to select disease-resistant varieties, because there is white pine blister rust is a problem in Kentucky. If you have white pines nearby, which a lot of us do, they are a fungal disease that has kind of a co-host with currants and white pines, so they need both plants to complete their life cycle. So you don't want to plant black currants that are susceptible to white pine blister rust. These are quite cold hardy, so can survive our winter temperatures well, but they like a little bit cooler temperatures than we have in Kentucky. So the summer heat tends to make them suffer a little bit. So for that reason, part shade is good, or a north-facing slope, somewhere that's a little bit cooler, to help keep the roots a little bit cooler and protect from the summer heat. They will get highest yields with cross-pollination, but they're somewhat self-fertile. They're a small shrub, so usually about 3 to 6 feet high and spread. So these are some varieties recommended for Kentucky. Titania and Bensaric black currants are resistant to white pine blister rust. Then there's a few red and white currants that are recommended for Kentucky. For gooseberries, Hinnomaki red and Amish red. Hinnomaki red has kind of a raspberry flavor, really unique. So the texture on these is similar to a grape. You can see they almost look like grapes, except not in bunches like grapes. And these are summer ripening, so June to July is when you'll see currants and gooseberries ripening. Currants are quite tart and astringent, so you would not eat currants fresh. Usually they're almost always made into jam and jelly and juices and things that can be sweetened. Gooseberries are sweet enough that you can eat them fresh, but they can also be used in jam and baked goods, wine, things like that. So that is it. If anybody has any questions, I think we're close to noon, but I'd be glad to take a couple of questions, or I can hang around afterwards and answer some questions. I see one here.
It said on the list that you can make syrup from shagbark bark. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I have not done it, so that was actually new for me. That was something I found that I thought was interesting, so that's actually a new one for me, but it's not tapping it like you would tap maple trees for maple syrup. It's actually a process of boiling down the bark that peels off and boiling it down and kind of condensing it so the sugars come out. But honestly, I have not done it, so I would have to look into it a little bit more myself. But you can tap, I think black walnuts, you can actually put a tap in similar to maples. But yeah, the hickory, the shagbark syrup was more like boiling the bark down. So, did you have a question?
Particularly about this particular section, but do you know if the PowerPoints from today will be available after the session?
Well, I would be glad to make it available. The video, I think, will be online where you can watch the video afterwards, but I'm glad to send anybody the presentation that would like one. So I think lunch is ready, so I'm glad to hang around. No? Okay. Okay. Any other questions? I see one question over here.
When you plant?
Pretty much all of these, mulching is good. So she asked if you want to mulch all of these when you plant them. So mulching helps keep the soil moist, helps keep weeds down around trees. So pretty much all of these you want to mulch. Apples and peaches, you don't want to get the mulch too close to the tree because voles will get in and chew on the bark and can girdle the trees. They don't tend to bother pawpaws and persimmons for some reason, but yeah, mulch is good, except like I said, apples and peaches, you don't want it piled up right around the trunk. Any other questions?
Just off the top of your head, mulberry trees, I have a decent prolific mulberry tree on my property, and what can you share about that?
Mulberries, she asked about mulberries. What can we share about this? We have not done any work with mulberries. I know that they're easy to grow here, and you can make a lot, I've seen mulberry juice and mulberry jelly and things like that made out of mulberries. I don't have a lot of personal experience with mulberries, but I do know that they're well suited to growing in Kentucky. They grow well, and you can make a lot of products out of them. So yeah, that is a good option for another fruit. One more? Yes. Yes. So the question was about pawpaw nurseries. Yeah, pretty much any tree that you get from a nursery will be over 1.5 feet tall, and so you won't have to worry about the shading thing. Right, so they'll be ready to plant in the ground in full sun when you get them from the nursery. Yes.
For black walnuts, is there any kind of soil preparation that could help propagate the saplings quicker, or is there anything you need to worry about when you're trying to grow a large amount of black walnuts?
For black walnuts, was that the question?
From saplings, yeah.
Growing them from saplings. They like a lot of organic matter, so if you can get kind of some compost and mixed with a little bit of native soil, something that's really rich, has a lot of organic matter, but is well drained and is kind of loose, not anything that's too dense or heavy, is good for sapling or seedling production. Is there one more?
Yeah. Do you have any information on cedar apple rust for apple trees?
Well, most of those, she asked about cedar apple rust. Most of the cultivars I listed as being resistant are at least somewhat resistant to cedar apple rust, but cedar apple rust is similar to the white pine blister rust, that it needs an apple tree and a cedar tree to complete its life cycle. It gets on both plants. So if you have cedar trees and apple trees close together, then you can get white pine blister rust or cedar apple rust. But you want to make sure that you choose a resistant variety, and most of those I listed are resistant, but make sure in the listing that says resistant or at least not susceptible to cedar apple rust. And that's a fungal disease also. So again, with the leaf wetness, if you keep them pruned so that the leaves dry and don't stay wet a long time, that also helps prevent it as well. Any other questions? I think there's one more.
The question about the persimmons, whether or not being conducive to our zone 6, and that's in more of a dwarf rootstock to where it'd be
So
more harvestable.
for American persimmons,
Yes, that was the large one instead of the little marble ones.
they are cold hardy here, but they can be a little bit sensitive. We have lost a few to freezes. You know, if they start growing and then you have an early freeze, they can be killed back by early freezes. But they're generally hardy to at least zone 6, if not zone 5. The Asian persimmon, or there's some that are hybrids between American persimmon and Asian persimmon, are the ones that aren't as cold hardy and won't grow well here. But American persimmon generally is cold hardy enough, unless we have a weird year where they start growing and then they freeze back. Then they're southern enough that that can bother them a little bit and can kill them back. But as long as they stay dormant, then yes, they're cold hardy. I think there's one more.
What about growing Asian pears here?
Asian pears, the biggest problem with Asian pears is they're susceptible to fire blight, which is a bacterial disease that we see in the spring. I think they're an interesting plant, and you can grow them here. You know, they're cold hardy, and there are people that grow them here, but they usually have to be sprayed for fire blight. That's the biggest problem or issue that you see with them. But otherwise, yeah, I think it's a good crop to grow here and something kind of interesting and unique. Any other questions? Well, that's good timing because I think we're getting close to lunch, so I'll turn it over for lunch break. So, but I'll be around a little bit if anybody has any questions, or it's on the screen anymore, but my email address, you feel free to email or call if you have any other questions. So, thank you.
Thank you, folks. So at this time, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Just a quick announcement, we do have some extra bourbon tour tickets over for the Buffalo Trace Tour. We've got about 14 that are available. If you are interested and weren't able to get a ticket previously, go see Morgan over at the registration desk or one of the folks there. It will be first come, first serve. So, and also the tickets have a colored outline. So if you're in a group, you want to make sure that you get the same color so that you stay in the same group for the tour tasting. So at this time, we'd like to introduce our caterer for today's lunch. I'm going to turn this over to Joni Nelson to introduce our host.
I'm standing between you and lunch. Trust me, it will not be long because I'm hungry too. I just want to introduce Birch Bragg. He is, I've worked with Birch over the years in several different projects, but one of my most favorite projects to follow has been Locals Food Hub here in Franklin County. Has anybody ever been there before? Oh, if you haven't, trust me, you are in for a treat today. With that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce Birch, but before I do, I want to let you know that the way we're going to do lunch is it's a buffet style. So you're going to come in this door, go down the buffet line. There's two sides. You can go to either side, and then the drinks are at the end, and you'll come in through this door over here at the end. Wave your hand. Yeah, there we go. You're going to come out that door and come back to your seat. So, Birch, if you want to tell us a little bit about Locals.
Sure. Thanks, Joni. Thank you all for being here. My name is Birch Bragg, co-owner and operator of Locals Food Hub and Pizza Pub here in Frankfort, Kentucky. We specialize in locally sourced wood-fired pizzas, salads, appetizers, soups. We have a 10-tap draft system, which is 100% Kentucky beers. It's all we serve. All of our wines by the glass and bottle, Kentucky wines. It's all we offer. All of our non-alcoholic choices, with the exception of one or two, are produced in Kentucky as well. On the restaurant side of things, that's what we're trying to do, is promote all the amazing food here in Kentucky and make it easy for people to participate as a local food consumer. In the same space, we have a 500 square foot retail grocery space as well, which is 100% Kentucky produced and grown products 100% of the time. Nothing out of state or nothing out of season. So our goal with this concept, we opened about 1.5 years ago. Our goal is simply to bring people in the door with beer and pizza, because we want to bring, let's say there's 1% of people in our population who are consistent local food consumers. What if that was 2%, 3%, or 5%, right? So our goal is trying to bring more people in and introduce them to local food. So if they've never purchased local food before, now by ordering a pizza and a beer at our restaurant, they have by default. And our hope is then in the 15 minutes while they walk around with their beer on the grocery side, they begin to make a lot of connections about the food that's there, and about maybe they recognize a farm just down the road. Maybe they make a purchase that first time. Maybe they come in a couple more times for pizza and bring friends, and then maybe they make a purchase. And then our hope is that they're buying regular local groceries on a regular basis. So that's kind of our goal. That's why we opened up. We've currently sourced over $600,000 from 120 Kentucky producers in about 1.5 years since July of 2021, since we opened. So that, in a nutshell, that one statistic kind of exemplifies why we exist. You know, I want to say to you all out here, I'm real excited about the homesteader crowd and the interest here, of course, at this conference with KSU. But in general, I'm just seeing a lot more of homesteading activity and interest. It seems like a lot of people are moving back to the land, which is really cool to see. You know, post-pandemic, I'm sure there are a lot of folks in cities who were wondering, why am I in this apartment when I could have a house and 5 acres in Kentucky for the same price? So maybe moving from Chicago or San Francisco or wherever. But that's wonderful for us in the local food movement, because you all already understand the value of local food. There's no education on our side to convince you all why you need to eat this food or why it's important to support local food systems. It's really interesting. Probably in the 80s, 35% of your dollar that you would spend in a grocery store or broadline grocery store would go to a farmer. Most likely that wasn't a small farm. Today, 14% of that dollar, when you go into a large grocery store, 14% of that dollar goes to a farm. And again, most likely not a small local family farm. When you walk into Locals Food Hub and Pizza Pub and buy groceries, on average, 65 cents of that dollar you spend goes directly to that farmer. So just one more reason why we need to support locals. Super important. Real quick, talk about the food. So real simple menu today. We have wood-fired pizzas. We have numerous different kinds, varieties. We have vegetarian, we have omnivore or meat pizzas. We also have veganista, so those are kind of at the end of the line. So if we do have vegans in the crowd, we have a pizza for you. And then right behind those, we have some gluten-free options. If anybody has any sensitivities, we have a vegan gluten-free option. So please, if you do have those, just go right to the back of the line if you want to, or ask us and we'll send you to those foods. Everything is clearly marked with food sensitivities as well, if that matters. We have a pesto pizza, which has nuts in it. We have a green thumb salad, so that's kind of our garden variety salad. The lettuce mix is coming from Beyond the Bridge Farm. That's a Franklin County farm and certified organic, Tony Silvernail. We have 13 Kentucky farms represented in today's food, and I see Trish from Eggleston Farm. She's one of them. Her eggs are in our cookies, which is the third item, our house-made chocolate chip cookies, which also has flour from Great Bagel out of Lexington and Weisenberger Mill. So numerous locally sourced ingredients. Kinney's Farmhouse cheese is our base mozzarella cheese. Our pigs, we raise forest-raised hogs. That's in the Italian sausage in our pizzas, and so on and so forth. There's all kinds of good things in there. Thank you all very much for being here. Thanks for your interest in local food. Thanks for your interest in farming. I think the future is with you all in getting people back to the land, letting your kids be exposed to this environment, and helping to teach the rest of the population why it's important to support local farmers and local food. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and kick back off. Up next, we have Dr. Theoneste Nzaramyimana. He is the assistant professor for urban agriculture at KSU. His research interests are in developing programming to identify and provide solutions for farmers and professionals to impact the global food system. Some of the specific areas include urban farming and youth programs, small farms, extension and engagement methods and community development, experiential methods, and the integrated evaluation of STEM learning in formal and informal programs. So he's going to be talking to us about annual vegetable production.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be here, and I can't thank enough for the person who put me after lunch, because I was so hungry. If I was going to talk before lunch, you could see me collapsing down. So it's really good that I was placed after lunch. So I'm Theo, as you heard, and I'm a new professor. Only 4 months. I moved from Purdue University. I was teaching at Purdue University, classes like sustainable food farming system and urban farming and intro to horticulture. So I'm going to talk a lot about vegetables and fruits, but the topic is a little bit general. If you want really for me to go deep, we can have one-on-one meeting so that we can talk, because it's a very, very intense, and you can't talk everything about fruits and vegetables. So, yeah. So let's go back and check the facts. Little facts about why are we talking about fruits and vegetables? Why are we here? That's the question. Why are we here, and why are we talking about fruits and vegetables? The vegetables and fruits are believed to lower blood pressure. Very, very good in lowering blood pressure. Reduce risk for heart diseases and stroke. Prevent some types of cancer. Yeah, there's some vegetables like kale, edamame soybean, it's a green soybean, really are believed to play a big role in preventing some cancer type. Lower risk for eye and digestive problems because they have some ravages and, so vegetables and fruits are really very, very important. That's why we are here talking how we can grow. And once we grow them, we don't sell them. We also eat them. That's the main goal. Oh. When you are planning to grow vegetables either for selling or for just home consumption, there are things you have to put in mind what you have to do. One of the things is start planning and budgeting, whether it's just for home consumption. Guess what? It needs money. You need to buy raised bed, you need to buy seeds. You don't get them out there. You get good quality of seeds. You need to, if the woods or the plywood, so you need to buy those plywoods. So you need to budget, and you are taking from your income, the money. So it's needed for both profit and non-profit farm or garden. So there's always a need of money. And you need to put into consideration a projected income for the farm, garden, profitability, anticipated fixed assets. What are the anticipated fixed assets you need potential source of funding, and if there's any potential risk for the start up the production. Is there any risk? Then, yeah, you can go ahead and start working on your, next step. So, also put in mind, what are the physical resources needed? These are how much land will you need? What is the first thing you have to have as a farmer? Most important thing to have as a farmer. Sorry, I try to behave like I'm teaching in the class, so I like to teach. I ask a lot of questions. Yeah, so the most important thing, asset, is the land. Either you are doing hydroponics, the hydroponics kit, it will be your land. If you are doing raised bed, that's your land. If you are doing soil, that's your land. So land is the most important thing because that is what we use for growing crops. Crops don't grow in the air. So you have to have a land in order for you to grow those vegetables and fruits. Are there known or potential environmental issues on the property that will require assessment or cleanup on the property? So putting in mind that when you want to grow vegetables and fruits, you need to make sure that the products from that area are safe and healthy. Because if it's contaminated soil, you are poisoning yourself. And you can't sell it if you want to do it for for selling. You can't sell it if its soil is contaminated. Require specific farming techniques to address. So if you have to know the area and say, okay, here, I was talking to one of the ladies on my table, and she said, my my garden is very low, so I need to do raised bed. So you need to start planning ahead of time. Am I going to put the raised bed? Am I going just to do planting and move forward? If there's erosion in that area, it's going to come and take away all your vegetables and fruits. So you need really to assess, look the area, make sure that the area is good for you to grow the stuff on. Also, the grant, Joni, I think she will tell you more about this. As I said, you need money, even if it's for home consumption. If you want to grow to sell, you need more money. You need input. It's your money to purchase the material, the equipment, everything. So these are some of course, there's a lot of grant opportunity for small farmers, which you can access. These are some of them, they are local and national grants. Some are competitive, others are not competitive. So just work with your local extension officers who will help you to know what kind of grant you can access to be able to cut off the cost of your production. Because it can be hard when you want to start. Some start, they went in the middle. When they see it's really tough to produce, they stop. Don't stop what you have been dreamed to do. Yeah. So make sure that you really reach out, you access those, get access to those opportunities, resources in extension. There are people out there who are employed to bring those resources closer to you. Use them. That's why we are here. Connect, network. You find those who are in charge of providing even the grants. It's not what you know, who you know. Yeah. So, another thing to put in mind when you are producing these fruits and vegetables, location. What does the location look like? Consider drainage. If it's in a flooded area, of course, the nutrients are going to be depleted. Whenever water comes, it stays for forever. If you got a chance to go in the farm where there's a waterlogged area, you find that corn and soybean, they don't grow well. Why? The nutrients are depleted, and there's no nutrient, and the water comes, there's no air circulation in the roots, so they die. So consider that as a key when you're growing. 8 hours full sun, yeah, you need to consider. You don't put your vegetables and hide them under the shade. And guess what? You're not going to harvest anything. You plant, I got a chance to do a little garden, but there was a big tree closer to the garden. I planted, and I went to harvest. It was a bad experience. It was potatoes. I harvested cherries instead of potatoes. I ended up harvesting the cherries. Why? They didn't have enough sun. Even if you put the fertilizer, everything, but there's no sun, so they cannot do photosynthesis. They cannot manufacture the food to go down in the roots. So consider the sun. If you are growing indoor, consider buying from Amazon. There's some lights, LED, which are really less expensive, but they can help you to be able really to equate what the amount of the sun the plant can need. So also, you need to consider a place where it's close to water. Water is needed. These fresh and fruits and vegetables, they need a lot of water. So you need to consider putting closer to water where you can easily irrigate. Here we only have one growing season if you are growing outside. It's spring/summer, and that window, June, July, August. If you take vegetables and if you go to the vacation, you leave vegetables unattended, you come and tell me what you find in your field. So you will regret why you even farm. So you need to put water, and there's some technologies right now. You can put a timer, just simple and less expensive. A timer you put in the tape, you don't need to waste even water. So those are the technologies which are available. Deep, well-drained, and uncontaminated soil. Why deep and well-drained? Why drained? Because air circulation is needed. Worm circulation is needed. These plants, they need air movement. The roots, they grow well, there's air circulation. If you plant your fruits and vegetables in clay soil, you are not harvesting anything. You'll be like me who harvests the cherries instead of potatoes. Yeah, very, very true that you not harvest anything. So if you see your soil is clay, what do? You do what we call soil amendment. You try to put, organic matter. You try to put sand inside to make sure that you create air circulation in the soil. There are many ways you can amend your soil. And it has to be away from pests and diseases, which sometimes you can grow well, your fruits and vegetables, they can come out well. You have done everything. Then one day you forget to close the gate. 5 deers get inside of your corn, sweet corn. You will tell me you will quit farming again. Yeah, rabbits, they can come and enjoy your carrots until you say, no, farming is not for me. So make sure your farm is really, you keep, either you prevent them. There are different ways you can prevent these pests and diseases. Some is to put fencing, and there's also some kind of gadget which, like whenever an animal comes around, they scare the rabbit, they scare everything, these deer. So make sure that you put that into consideration, and you can lose the whole crop because of this. Yeah. Is it accessible? Your garden, your little farm, can you access it easily? If it's somewhere where, if, for example, the one who's disabled cannot access it as the person who have to work there, then that is really not, you have to put into, who's going to work there, and can it be accessible? If you have to climb a tree to go to the garden, that is not accessible. Yeah, if it's on the hill and is sliding, that's not accessible. So think about how am I going to access. If you have to drive a little tractor and it's hilly, and you cannot really go up, so think about that. And away from heavy traffic, there are some studies which are showing that, these smoke from vehicle exhausts, really, they release some particles which can be harmful to the plant and can be harmful to us. So when you are planting your garden, make sure it's not closer to heavy traffic for the cars and trucks and, And also we prevent if there's an accident, there's a road here, there's a garden here, an accident happens, somebody can come and run into your garden. So you have been planting, doing everything you want to sell, then somebody walks up, comes and walk with the car through your garden. So you'll be mad, you'll be disappointed, and so you need to consider putting away from all those issues which may bring you down. Protect against vandalism. There are people who really look your property and they say, oh, these are nice flowers. They can go and start plucking up. Yeah, they don't know if it's carrots. They don't know if it's corn. Or some people can walk in and start destroying your garden. You know it. Vandalism is another case where people can damage your garden. So make sure you protect it by putting sign. Yeah. Also, water. Water is also essential. As I said, we have 3 kinds. We have a municipal water, rainwater, and well water. And make sure it's clean, because these plants are really, you need to water them with good, clean water. Otherwise, they can even get some diseases because of the water quality. It has to be a good quality of water. The ideal watering system delivers the water to the soil without getting the foliage wet. How do you water your plant matters a lot. You don't go and sprinkle, because guess what? Try to sprinkle in a pumpkin field. you will tell me after 1 week what will happen. You know why many people, they have powdered mildew in pumpkin gardens? It's because of water. Because, the water really creates that virus, and it can destroy your entire field. And it's hard to control the virus. You can come after three years and want to plant, you find it there. Virus is very, very terrible. Yeah. So when you are watering, make sure you don't spring on the foliage of the fruit or vegetables. If it's a watermelon, just make sure it goes right in the root system. If carrots, make sure that you either water within the lines to make sure that water goes right in the roots, not on the foliage. Because the more it gets wet, the more the bacteria, the viruses, and other diseases, they come and reproduce in that wet environment, and they can contaminate, they can spray the whole entire field. The water really is like incubation for them. So make sure that watering is really good. Soak hose or handheld watering ones are the ideal watering tool. This is really when you are growing your vegetables and fruits. That is the ideal one. Avoid frequent light watering. Instead, thorough soak the soil less frequently. Yeah. Sometimes because you are rushing, you put a little water down there. And again, you put a little water. That's not good. Because a plant, you are imagine if in the morning they brought us a little piece of pizza. And around 11, a little piece of pizza. And around 1, a little piece of little. We're supposed to be hungry again, and I was not going to be presenting. So that's the same with the crops. Fruit crops should not be allowed to wilt between flowering and fruiting production. Why? Why do you think? Excellent. Well, if I was giving a grade, I was going to give you an A grade. Yeah, because they are not going to produce a good fruit. They need water, because the fruit, it has, I would say 80% is water. So if you don't, if you're growing fruit, if you're growing, let's say, watermelon, and it's drought, there's a drought, guess what? Your watermelon is going to be dry. It's not juicy. It doesn't contain enough water. That's why you need to put enough water on whenever it starts to flower. And let's talk a little bit about the soil quality. In some areas, soil can present unique challenges, including contamination. So make sure you don't plant your vegetables and fruits in contaminated area, especially those who are in urban areas, who are growing stuff in the urban areas. Make sure you do soil testing. Soil testing is essential. This makes it critical to test the quality and the toxicity of the soil where you want to operate. So make sure before even you start operation, go and do soil testing. There are different areas, and I shared some where you can send your soil to be tested on a cheaper price. And I think University of Kentucky also have some program. it depends on what are you, when you are doing soil testing, what do you want to know from your soil? Is it heavy metals? Is it enough nutrients to grow the plant? So if you are here, what we are talking about the heavy metals, because those are really the most critical, which even they are harmful to our bodies and harmful even to the plants. So I think UK really, I saw the website that they do testing, and I believe once you send your soil down there, they can test and tell you heavy metals and even the nutrient composition of your soil. Yes, if you are in the urban area, the heavy metals, because there's some companies. I mean, some areas where there were some manufacturing firms where there's some heavy metals. There were some heavy metals there, so you need really to make sure that are tested. So those are some of the areas where you can send your soil to be tested, and they can give you recommendation. You can also contact your local cooperative extension office to learn about affordability soil test. They can help you to navigate, because it can be expensive depending on where you are sending your soil sample. And they will tell you how you do soil sampling. Yeah, it's good to know even how do I do soil sampling. You don't just pick the soil and go. They tell you the strategy to know, to make sure that the results you get really reflect what is out there in your field. So, pH level for most vegetables and fruit should be between 5.3 and 6.5. If it's beyond, then make sure that you consult your extension officer or you do soil testing. If it's below that, it might be harmful. It's too acidic or too basic. So either you want to apply lime to bring the pH up. That's some of the soil amendment. So those are like 8 peat moss, compost, organic matter, compost manure for clay soil, lime and organic matter best added in 4. So if you want to do it in the 4. Why in the 4? Why do we do it in the 4? Nothing will be growing. There's no activities in the 4. So you put it there, and it takes time to break it down and go and balance the pH. Because if you put lime right now and you want to grow, you are killing your plants. Because you might find that some areas, some spot where it's nowhere mixed. And it's either high, pH is high or low. So good response. So you put in the 4 because no activities. Leafy vegetable benefit from a side dressing of a balanced 10-10-10. What's 10-10-10 means? 10-10-10. 10-10-10. Excellent. Excellent. Nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So most of the vegetables, you find on a bag for fertilizers, it be written 10-10, different numbers. So you need to know how you read even those. Vegetable grown for fruit, roots, bulb benefit from a side dressing of 5-10-5 fertilizers. So which means they need more phosphorus. You know, so that's how we interpret. So fertilizer seedling grown into after first two leaves appear. You know, transplant benefit from the application of a starter fertilizer at planting. So these are fertilization rules you have to follow. Apply to leafy crops after they are well established. Don't just go when they are not yet established and they start applying. When they are well, why do we have to do that? Why do we have to apply these fertilizers when they are well established? Right. Otherwise, you can kill them. If they're still small, you can kill them. So how do we become successful vegetables and fruit growers? Follow instructions. That's why I say it's too general, but we can have one-on-one discussion. Yeah. Fruiting crops should be side dressed after the first fruit is set. Why? We have to put when the first fruit is a side dressing, which means you are put on the side. Why do we have to do that? And what is the reason to do that? So there's a reason. How about putting on the top? We can kill the fruits, right? We can destroy the flowers. We can, when we are putting that. And another thing we need to make sure is site preparation. How do you prepare your site? Again, it depends on the nature of your site. Rain needs to be prepared well prior to growing. You don't prepare and you are planting. If you haven't started to prepare your soil right now, we are close to April 20th, where everybody should be planting. So this is the time to prepare your soil if you haven't. So prepare prior. And the reason to prepare ahead is to allow the soil really to rest, to start like the worms start moving around, making the channels, water, the air circulation. That is the reason. Because if you are doing it, worms, they might be in one way. Those are very essential bacteria. They might be in one area. So you need to allow it to, they move around. They break the cloth, everything. Other costs include the fencing. As I talked about, fencing is very essential when you are trying to prevent these pests. You are preventing the rabbits. You are preventing the deers, which come and, put the sign. So don't come in, You are preventing everybody not to come in your garden to make sure they don't walk in, or the kid you have planted, you prepare the soil. You don't want the kid to come in, that's inside your soil. Yeah. Getting adequate water to the site, soil amendment based on the soil testing results. So again, you're trying to see what else do I need after you have prepared my soil. Do I need to add some organic matter to make sure the soil is, if it's clay, do I have to add more organic matter to make sure the soil is good? Till versus not till. Some people prefer to till the soil. And the reason why you have to till the soil, if you see your soil is compacted, you need to till your soil. If you see your soil is still good, you don't do it. Because one, the more you till your soil, the more you destroy the soil structure. And the more you destroy your soil structure, the more, it is loose. Erosion can come and water can come and take away everything. So no-till is really good if your soil is still good, and that's why it's not good to use the heavy equipment to move on in your garden, on your soil. And it's good because you are creating ecosystem down deep inside, because the worms, the more you till the soil, some worms, you are destroying that ecosystem inside the soil. So it's really good not to do till. But if you see your soil compacted, because it won't allow your plant to grow, so then you have to till. Raised bed versus vertical farming. People are now adopting the vertical farming, where they grow stuff on stages. But the most common is raised beds. Greenhouses, hydroponics, aquaponics. These are many methods which you can use. Oh, I'm running away from the mic. These are the methods which you can use to grow any fruit and vegetables on a small scale. And I can consult. We can talk. The more you have questions, the more I feel good that maybe I can play the role while I was high. Structures. These include both infrastructure necessary for growing, such as high tunnels, storage such as cooler. The type of structures needed depend on location, types of crops grown, desired length of growing season. All this. Crops you want to grow and the length of growing season. Why do we need the cold frames? Why do we need the high tunnels? Why do we use greenhouses? Are you planning to have a high tunnel at your farm or in your backyard? Why? You don't just put it there. If you want to grow things in the summer and you put a high tunnel there to grow things in summer, you are wasting your money. Put a high tunnel if you want to extend your growing season. If you want to grow stuff in the winter, then put a high tunnel, because you are trying to create environment suitable for some of the crops which cannot be grown at extreme weather. These are types of raised bed. Can easily be placed at any place depending on the size. So a raised bed, really, if you are doing small scale, like home consumption or just farmer's market, but not a large scale, a raised bed would be ideal when you are growing these vegetables and fruits. You can put it anywhere, in a patio, backyard, everywhere. So, very good. Soil has a good drainage. You put everything, you compost everything in the raised bed, so it has a good drainage. It's cultivation because of loose soil. Higher than in a traditional garden bed. Yeah. Studies have shown that really raised bed really has a potential to produce high yield. Compost. Do you have compost? Do you have a compost bin? Do you have a compost area? This is very important when you are planning to grow your fruit and vegetables. So, why compost? Compost is very essential, first because it helps to it can play a role for soil amendment. It's very good for worms, Plan to have a compost area. Sort out what to compost and what to burn, because not everything can be composted. And some people mix up and they just throw things there and they go back and say, oh, there's too much weeds in my garden and I don't know where it came from. It means that you went and you were grooming them in your compost, and then you went back and planted. You end up growing weeds instead of crops. Consider adding worms to speed up the process. So I saw at Purdue University, where I was teaching previously, they came up with a plastic barrel where there's compost and put the worms. If speed up, it's really very quick composting. They put worms and everything, and there's some nutrients for the worms, and the worms will be eating up so quickly. Avoid mixing up with chemicals and other products that can lead to future soil contamination. So there are people who take the cans, they dump there, the paint, they dump there, everything they dump there. Yeah, you need to know that this is the good soil and should be free from any chemicals. Use compost when it is fully done to avoid weeds or other diseases. Yeah, if you see that your zucchini is contaminated, don't put in the compost, because it's going actually to groom some of the diseases. And you plant the diseases thinking it's just compost. Cover crop. We usually don't think about cover crops. Why cover crops? Cover crops are very, very essential. Enhance mycorrhizal members, add organic matter, suppress weeds. Wow, how? Do they suppress weeds? Yeah. You may ask how, because when you plant cover crops, let's say in the fall, the weeds are not growing, especially if the broad leaves cover crop. If you leave it, the weeds will grow, will mature and die, but they are coming back. But when you cover crops, it's like another crop inside, which suppress the weeds. Increase soil aggregation, decrease nutrients loss. Actually, it works on bringing back the nutrients. Suppress nematodes. So the nematodes attack the cover crop thinking it's a crop. That's another trick I learned that why the cover crops. Increase infiltration of water, because if you put the roots cover crop, like beetroot, yeah, they create a hole. They rot inside, and they are creating a hole where the water can easily go. When the worms and they come and start eating the cover crop root, there are some areas and some tunnels created, and the water can easily circulate in the soil. Reduce soil erosion and nutrients loss. If the soil doesn't have anything on the ground, guess what? When it rains, it comes, takes away everything. So make sure you use a cover crop. Consider mulch. Okay. Most of the time, you can go and mow it and leave it on the ground. Other time, let's say some leguminous like alfalfa. You can use alfalfa as a cover crop. So you can just leave it. If you plant it, most of the time, you can plant a cover crop over the fall, leave it being killed by winter. And that it starts decomposing. When spring comes, it's already decomposed. So, or you can, the roots, you just leave it erode, and that is a nutrients accumulate. Because the role of those roots, those tubers, is to uptake the nutrients, which cannot be accessible by the plant, and bring it on the surface. So erode there, then the nutrients are available for the plant. So that's the ways. Okay.
Would tilling it be a factor in tilling it? Would that be a factor in helping it out?
That's why you have to consider, do I till the soil after I have put the cover crop? But if you put the tubers like cover crop, like beetroot, then you don't till. I think nutrients are not equally, spread around. So you need to till, mix up all those rotten roots or tubers so that, nutrients is available for it. Yes, yeah, it depends. Yeah. Mulching also is essential when you're growing your vegetables and fruits, because one of the colleagues presented, you are suppressing the weeds. That's very important. Suppressing the weeds, reducing the cost, because you are not spending much money in paying for herbicide, stuff like that. So, how do we make sure that our soil is clean? Remove diseases plant from garden to prevent spread of disease. Disease plant material should not be compost, as I say. Remove weeds because they compete for nutrients and water from the soil. That's how you make sure your soil is well clean, or your area, your garden is clean. So don't mix up the disease material in your compost. Otherwise, you are going to breed the diseases. Pollination, think about pollinators. Do you have the pollinators? Because you have crops which flowering, so you need the pollinators. Selection of fruits and vegetables. Here in Kentucky, there are fruits and vegetables which are only grown here. Why? Because of the season, because of the weather, because of everything you can imagine. So you don't take a tropical crop and come and plant it here, or you go and plant it in Minnesota. Yeah, it might not. So you make sure you read the seed packet to make sure that you know. Check seed catalog for crop information. Days to maturity, determinant and determinant, sun, shade tolerance, watering preference, disease resistance. All these are very essential. They don't put there just for fun. It's to make sure that you are successful. Yeah. Then you need to read your packet. Size of plant, resistance, V, FF, what does it mean? N, what does it mean? T, what does it mean? So you need to get these terms, because the more you know them, the more you are able to be successful farmer. For beginners, you need to start small. Talk to other producers. It is okay to fail the first or the second crop. Be patient. Use extension resources. Be patient. Also, we have cool and warm season crops. So you need to know which one do I have. Is it cool or warm? And how do I make sure that I plant the right crops in the right time? Also, the vegetables and fruit, they have their calendar. Make sure you follow the calendar. That's how you are going to be successful. Make sure you do crop rotation. Put the cover crop. And what you planted this year is not what you should plant the next year. Make sure that crop rotation, you are avoiding all those diseases. you are avoiding the nutrient depletion. That's the role of this crop rotation. And I think I can shut my mouth and listen to you if you have any questions. Do we have any questions? As I said, we can have one-on-one. Okay.
When you said before for your cover crop, you had mentioned beets. Is that like red beets or sugar beets? Or
Sugar beets.
Sugar beets.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Besides cover crop and crop rotation, are there any strategies for, from one season to the next? If you say you're growing cucumbers in the summer and they get powdery mildew, and you know your soil's contaminated, and you know that coming up you're going to be planting bush beans or some other crop in the fall in that area, are there some strategies that you can do to amend that soil so that you're treating it, but that you can continue to use and harvest from it?
Oh, the first thing, especially if you have the nematode, for example, cover crop rotation, as I said, and those are only strategies. But the other strategy, which will sound not maybe good for you, is to leave the soil for a while.
Okay, so don't plant anything else?
Don't plant anything, especially if it was contaminated by nematode, or you have a fusarium, or you have, just leave it a while, because those bacteria or viruses or nematodes, they are going to not to find anything to eat, because they are feeding on that. Then they die, or they move. Then you can come and plant, so.
In Lexington, so is it better to get the mulch from Home Depot or get the free mulch, or what type of mulch is better for putting on your crops?
The mulch which I always suggest for like garden, really the straw, wheat straw, because not only the wheat straw become more like a compost, but also they are easy to decompose. Is after a certain time, after a while, they become more like also nutrients. So they are playing like two roles. They are mulch and they are compost. There are other people who put stuff, which some wood chips, but how many years it will take for a wood chip to decompose into a compost? It will take much time. But wheat straws are really easy. They can easily, and the more the rain comes on it, it decomposes easy, and it becomes even more like a compost too. So I would suggest that wheat straw is really very good. Stop buying the mulch which has seed, because you are going to grow seed into your field. That's what I can say. Make sure you look at the bale and make sure that there's no seed, because the seed really you are going to seed, because you are putting water on that seed, and it rains, and they are there, and they can grow. And you keep on actually producing. In a few years, you'll find a lot of weeds down in your crops. There will be a lot of little crops in your weeds. Mm-hmm.
What about cardboard, and are there toxins in glues and so on in the cardboard itself?
There are many people who have been suggesting the cardboards, but I will be careful with the type of cardboards, because there's some cardboards which have some paints, and it might carry some heavy metal without knowing, and they maybe brought some products which had some leaks in the products leaked in that cardboard. So when you put inside, you are kind of, putting the heavy metals and you need, and also the chemicals they manufactured, because those are not just woods they harvest and make cardboards. They process them. There are chemical reactions they do. So when they go in the soil and decompose, they might release some chemicals. So, but I never done any research on that. But I would love to really search and see if there's any research or studies done on that. But I would be careful with the cardboards. All right. If not, then I can leave the place. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a little 5-minute stretch break. If anybody wants to get up, move around, talk to some folks, maybe get a snack, and then we'll regroup here in about 5 minutes. I'll just make some loud noises. It's interesting. It seems like it always, maybe not always, but a lot of times they just balance out. Some people go over and some people don't. Some topics get more questions than others.
Yeah. It's, you just have to kind of go with it.
Seems like people have been talking a lot to you a lot.
It's hard to kind of, cover everything because you've got people that have never even seen anything done, or people that haven't been keeping 10 years and lost half their bees, and so you get the whole gamut. Some people are pollinator people and honey people, and there's a lot. It's like, I'm going to stand here and you're going to ask me some random question. I'm going to ask the best.
I was just saying, I could try.
Google it.
Connect you with the person that might know.
How's the dog doing?
Who's that?
Your dog? How's the dog
my dog's doing great. I forgot. No, I couldn't figure out, but there's just
plus, it's a big morning mess.
She's doing great.
Oh, good.
We're both so in love with her. It's just.
That's awesome.
She's spoiled right now.
That's great. And that's at this time of year, at least in the winter, if it freezes, that's problems, but it's not the morning mess quality of spring. It's just now. We've got a foster had a traumatic brain injury this summer. It was like 2 pounds, and so we had, all the rest went to rescue, and we just couldn't part with him. He's now 89 pounds. He's a Pyrenees Australian Shepherd, something. It's just like, oh yeah, they're awesome.
Interesting.
It is.
The herding and the guardian.
Yeah, he's like a mental mess, but he's like Omega dog. He's so far from Alpha. He just is good with everything. You just get those good personalities sometimes. And it's just like, we have to send his DNA off and see why he's really good. Because I think they're just like, this is what it is. Here's all.
I'm tempted to do that with our dog, just because she's so small.
She's mostly Aussie.
No, she's a Labrador. Well, again, I don't really know. It's just a Labrador, but she's the size of an Aussie.
Yeah.
She doesn't really look like an Aussie.
No, right. That's what I was thinking. That you were thinking that she was Aussie, but she's like, Because in all of those,
but that's great. I do bigger.
They're excellent. And they're smart, and they're not too much, because like the herding, are just way herding.
Too much energy.
And they're so smart. just gotta stay on top of them. It's just, they're a challenge. That's
Ours is just now starting to, well, the past couple months, I guess. She was 2 in December, and she's mellow out.
getting a little bit out of it. But if it's lab, I mean, labs are puppies until they're like 6.
Which I guess could explain a lot of her behavior.
Yeah. And they're so smart. They don't want to just sit, lay down, and hang out.
She wants something to do or to interact.
They need their people on. It's a lot to keep up with them. That's fun though. That's what makes it, especially here in Florida.
We actually take her. You live in Lexington.
Actually, halfway between Paris and Georgetown.
Okay. Well, we have
I work
in Frankfurt on Main Street is the State Human Resources Building.
Oh.
It's got this. It's like 5. No, it's probably 10 or 15 acres of green space with trees and some walking paths through there.
Oh wow.
So and we're walking distance, so we take her there at least once a day. She just chases squirrels.
Well, you have to. You're right. If you just like come home and they just sit on the couch all day.
Yeah, it's not good for anybody.
Nobody. Nobody's got
All right, I might holler at him. Well, I didn't count, but I think we're hopefully sufficiently stretched. Oh, they counted. Somebody was counting.
I was watching.
Okay. So if everybody wants to regroup, our next speaker is going to talk to us. And before I introduce Jessica Mays, I've got a fun fact for you. I jotted down notes of different fun facts that we could share throughout this couple days. And in the theme of talking about honeybees, I think it's important. And Jessica was just talking to me about how oftentimes she gets questions about different types of pollinators. And I think it's really important that we do think about pollinators not just as the honeybees, because the honeybees are actually European honeybees, but we have over 4,000 species of native bees in the United States. And then, of course, we have lots of other pollinator species, wasps and flies, and not just the pretty butterflies. So we like to think about these pretty organisms, or the ones that produce honey for us commercially, but there are a lot of really important pollinators out there, and we need habitat for all of them. So Jessica Mays is on the Kentucky State Beekeepers Association board, where she served as president in 2022. She lives in Bourbon County, where she has been keeping bees for over 20 years, and she's currently got about 25 beehives. She's recently expanded her queen rearing operation to promote more local mite-fighting genetics, and if you want to know more about that, she might talk to you. Otherwise, you can talk to her later. It's super interesting. And for her full-time job, also really interesting, I think, she's the corporate metallurgist for Lexmark in Lexington. So without further ado, let's welcome Jessica Mays.
Thank you. Another cool thing is bats are one of the most important pollinators. So people think pollinators and they think monarchs and bees, and there's a lot of them out there. So I appreciate being the only animal, I think, on Fruit and Vegetable Day. So we get a little bit of a little bit of insight into animals here. So I'm going to go through this pretty quick, and they say it's recorded so that you can watch it again in slow motion maybe, and I'll leave time at the end. So because one of the things is for bees, there's all kinds of stuff that we're going to talk about, and that'll be everything from the bees themselves, honey, pollination, hive products. And just I was telling Nat, answering questions, it's everything from the bees themselves to beeswax, to honey, to pollination, to I want to breed and sell queens, to I just need them for my garden. So there's so many aspects to beekeeping. I will tell you, we're going to go through this kind of quick, but any of these, I would say any slide in here could be a whole day. So there's so many aspects to bees that don't feel like, I didn't understand that, because I've been doing this over 20 years, and I still have questions. I still learn things every year. Every day I'm in with the bees, so it's always something that they can teach us. So, and bees are the only insects that we farm and the only insect that we eat a product from. So, fun facts there that, that they're not native to the United States, but they've been here about 400 years. So we kind of consider them native at this point. And because we can move them and more or less we think we can control them. I'm not sure who controls who in my bee yard, but we think we can, so that makes it nice. So I'm going to talk about the Langstroth hive. This is the pretty typical beehive you see when you look out into a field and you see all the white boxes. And the thing is that's illegal. It is a legal agreement that we have to have removable frames. So even though the skeps, the bee trees and stuff are really interesting, it is a legal agreement that the state apiarist, who is Tammy Horn-Potter, and she was here earlier today, but she has to be able to come back and inspect. There are diseases, there's over 30 diseases that bees can get, and a lot like any other agricultural animal. They need a home, they need food and water, they need medication, they need to be cared for. So it's a lot like any other agriculture. But specifically for the bees, there is a thing called American foul brood that we luckily only have a case every couple of years. But it's so dangerous in the bee yard that the hives have to be burnt. So there is no escape from American foul brood. So for that very reason, we have to be able to inspect the hives, and that's a legal requirement that you have to be able to remove the frames and inspect primarily for American foul brood. So what I'm going to show you here is kind of what's in a hive when you see those boxes. And this is kind of hard to do too because we've got people who've never seen a beehive, and I know some of you have been keeping bees for a little while, so just kind of bear with me as we go through the details. But this is a hive that starts on the bottom with everything from a we've got a lid on the bottom. Let's see if I can get by. There we go. We've got a lid on the top there, an inner cover. Then we've got boxes, usually 10 frame. I've got an 8 frame out there that you all are welcome to look at. And then there are different heights. There are supers that are a little shorter. There's brood boxes that are taller. And then we've got a base, because the main thing is you want to make sure that they're protected from snow and ice and rain, that sort of thing. So we give them this nice home to live in. The different variations, it's like anything else. Somebody comes out with something new every year, and it's probably in my barn. So it's kind of one of those things that everything new, and I usually end up going back to this. But that's basically what happened. That's basically what's in a beehive. Next thing is, if you're thinking about getting bees, where do I put them? How much room do I need? The beauty of beehives is we've got rooftop beehives in downtown Lexington. People would never know they're there. A bee will, they'll forage about a 3-mile radius. So because they're not dependent on what you plant, and it takes about 2 million flowers to make 1 pound of honey. So even though I say plant pollinators, put something out there for the bees, honestly, I'm not going to make a huge impact. With 20 hives in the summer, there may be 60,000 bees in a hive. So I can't get that kind of nectar going. But that being said, you don't need a lot of land to do bees. So you can do a lot of bees on a lot of land, or you can do a rooftop in town, or you can do a city. We have a lot of, I'm with Bluegrass Beekeepers in Lexington, and we have a lot of beekeepers that just keep a couple hives in their backyard and neighborhoods. So there are some neighborhood association kind of questions there, but for the most part, you don't need a lot of land. You don't need to build barns. You don't need to build fences. You don't need a lot of things that you need for some of the larger agriculture endeavors. So this is actually the Google Earth picture of my beehives. They're out in front of my house because I used to have them kind of spread out. We've got 25 acres, so not a big farm, but I found it was out of sight, out of mind. The more those bees were in front of me, I can actually drive around mine if it's a cold day in winter to see what's going on. So you kind of want them someplace where you can keep track of them. You're going to have to be in them every week or couple weeks, this time of year especially. So you want them someplace you can get to. Also full sun. There are things called a small hive beetle that thrive in warm or even slightly chilly, but moist soil. They pupate in the soil. They're a beetle that gets in and destroys comb. So that's much reduced if you're out in the sun. Also, bees have to keep the queen at 92 degrees all winter. So when it was minus 20 wind chill around Christmas, that queen and that brood was still at 92 degrees. So that required, they don't hibernate, they don't even really take a break. So it's much easier for them to cool the hive in the summer than it is to heat the hive in the winter. So for that reason, it's better to put them in full sun and give them plenty of ventilation to be able to cool the hive. But don't rely on them to, if they're in a shady area, to be able to heat that in the winter. It's just going to be an uphill battle. So also, face east if possible. Bees are like us, in the summer when that sun's coming in early morning, you're ready to get up and go. So that's another reason if they're in the shade and they don't realize it's daytime, they might be slacking. So we don't need bees that sleep in the morning. So I face mine right into the sun, everybody's ready to go. So that's not mandatory, but this is kind of, if you're thinking about, I don't think I have a good place for bees, these are just some things to consider that help. And also, in the easy place to check is these things are incredibly heavy. I had no idea how much manual work these are. A deep full of honey can be 70 or 80 pounds. So when I had my nice location by the creek and I thought, oh, it looks beautiful there, I've got to haul that thing up the hill. So I learned that kind of the hard way. So make it where you can get a four-wheeler or something that you can help give yourself some assistance. And that's part of why there's different size boxes. A shallow super 8-frame is going to weigh a fraction of what 10-frame deeps full of honey will. So if you're considering what kind of hive to get, you want to do this long term. Buy all this stuff so that, as you age and as you may change abilities, you can still deal with it. So that's an advantage to the smaller, shorter hives. So because they are heavy. So let's talk a little bit about who's inside the hive. You've got one queen, about 50,000 workers. All those workers are female, and about 10% are drones. About 10,000 are drones. The only job of the drone is to go out and mate with another queen. So out in what's called a drone congregating area. So in that hive, every bee you see out on flowers and out and doing anything in the hive is a worker bee. So, and interestingly, the worker bees only live about 6 weeks. A queen can live about 2 years. The only difference is they feed the egg, the larva, a little bit different, a royal jelly, a different food when she's in the larva stage, and she becomes a queen. So you've got about 60,000 bees. I also put up there queen bees. We color code them by the year so that you know who your queen is and how long she's been in there. This is a brood frame. The frame has honey on the outside corners, brood on the inside. So I can look at that frame and see if I've got a lot of brood, I've got a good queen. And it's just like anything else. You want the food near the nursery. So you put the honey there near the baby bees. They make bee bread out of pollen. Pollen's protein. So they make bee bread out of a combination of nectar and pollen. And that's what they feed the babies. Everything that comes in the hive is honey or is nectar or pollen. So that's all they've got to work with. They make the wax. They make all the propolis. They make everything else that they use. And talking about how far they actually forage, they communicate by something called a waggle dance. And you can look that up on YouTube, but it is very, very cool. The bee comes back, shares a little bit of the nectar that they've been able to get, or the pollen, with another bee. They do this kind of figure 8 dance that tells how long they do the dance is how long they should fly, and the direction relative to the sun is where that source is. So that may be 3 miles away. They're saying this nectar is available 2.4 flight miles at 3 degrees to the sun. You know, I mean, I can't get where I'm going with Siri, so for them to be able to come back and do that is pretty amazing. So mainly our job as a beekeeper is just to stay out of the way. You know, I mean, I say that in all seriousness. We make sure and give them support, but pretty much we just don't go screw it up. So like I said, with overwintering, the queen has to stay at 92 degrees. So this is showing a FLIR IR camera that I can point to my hive in the winter and tell if I've got, so that's just pointed at the box, to tell where my cluster is. They'll overwinter a small cluster, stay around the queen, stay around the brood. So that FLIR camera, I can just kind of go out there as I go by and make sure they're in there. I don't want to get in the hive unless it's about 50 degrees. So it takes them, again, about, to keep that queen that warm, it takes them about 60 pounds of honey to get through winter. So they're doing, it's just like kids at recess. You go out and run around and come back in and stand next to someone, yeah, you're hot, get away. But for bees, that's an advantage because they're able to use that as those carbohydrates, that sugar, they get in this bee ball, they go to the outside and get honey, come back in, run in place next to the queen, and then when they're out of carbohydrates, they're out of that energy, go back and get more honey. So that's constantly going on all winter. So I need to make sure they've got enough honey in there to be able to do that all winter. And in our climate, it's about 60 pounds. So that means I don't want to take honey in the fall that could reduce so that they starve this time of year. Or, you know, most of the starvation for bees comes the end of February. So you want to make sure that they have plenty to get through so that I get surplus honey in the summer. So they can handle cold and dry. They can't handle fairly chilly and wet. So the biggest problem is you want ventilation. They can deal with that. But if you close that hive up, just like our homes in the winter, that if you get condensation on the top and that cold water drips on your queen, she's dead. And there's nothing you can do in the winter if you lose a queen. You can't find a mated queen. You just, you know, you're done. So they do well with overwintering. The biggest battle, and I apologize kind of for the eye chart here, but you know the intention is that I can give you all this information and you can go back and watch this more slowly or look this stuff up. Varroa mites are the biggest battle for bees, and they came here in the 1980s, and knocked out about 85% of the wild bee population. So almost all of the quote-unquote wild bees now are actually bees that have swarmed from domestic hives. But the varroa mites feed on the fat bodies of bees. So not only are they doing damage to that bee by feeding on the fat body for those winter bees that have to survive that cold climate, but they also spread these 30 or so diseases, viruses, pathogens that we're talking about. They spread those, and those mites have developed such an intricate reproductive system that this bee is their optimum host, and they ultimately kill them out. So it's not a very good system, but you need to regularly monitor and treat. We say there are beekeepers and bee havers, and the bee havers don't have bees for very long if they're not keeping track of things like mites. So mites are by far the biggest battle that we have. There's also, like I said, the small hive beetle. They're just a little, I've got the picture of them there that you can see. They're just a small black beetle. A strong hive can make it with the beetles, but a weak hive, they'll take over. So they're just an opportunistic little beetle, lives in the hive. There's wax moths, and wax moths are pretty much after a hive has died. A wax moth won't kill a hive, but as soon as that hive is weak enough, that moth flies in there and cabbages on this really nice stuff. You know, we've got this honey, this pollen, it's sheltered. For the same reason the bees like to live there, so do all these pests. So you have to keep an eye on, if you lose a hive, get that equipment out, run it through the freezer so that you kill any kind of small hive beetle or wax moth larvae or eggs that are in there. And then you can reuse, no problem with reusing the equipment, but just salvage it and make sure. There's also raccoons, possums, skunk, the typical critters that are, cause problems everywhere else, but they're not really a significant pest. not so much as bears. So I know some of you all are in areas, I'm in Bourbon County, we don't have bears right now that I know of, but there was one downtown UK earlier in the fall, so who knows where they are. So that's, but it really is an issue. I mean, Pooh Bear is a real thing. So once they realize not only is there nice, yummy larvae in there, but there's all this sweet honey. Once a bear's found your hives, yeah, good luck. So it's, and in fact, there's actually beekeepers on the emergency protection councils, especially in states where there are bears, because you're transporting little bit February or so, almonds are exclusively pollinated by honeybees, and 85% of the honeybees in the United States are in California in February for almonds. So my little 20 hives doesn't matter much for that, but that means you've got I-75, I-64, all of these interstates carrying truckloads that may have 800 or so boxes of bees on them. So you've seen those on CNN, you see them on the news where a bee truck overturns. We've got beekeepers that are on the emergency list to go help if that happens. We've got one here because of the interstate system. So we go out and help with the bees. To be clear, I saw a beekeeper on the news with one of the Utah, had a huge big disaster with that, and nobody was hurt, but the bears got to the bees before the beekeepers did. So they were interviewing, and they told this beekeeper, he said, hey, he said, I'm here for the bees. He said, I'm not here for the bears. So they were all back in the truck, and there was 2 or 3 black bears just got it. So, so bears are, fortunately for me, not a problem, but they are in Kentucky. So another thing that we want to talk about is how do you get bees? So there's multiple ways, but especially as homesteaders, we want to be self-sufficient. So you can go out and buy bees. You can buy a package of bees that, interestingly enough, show up at the post office at about 5 in the morning, and you will get a call at like 5:01, because I had no idea how much went on at the post office at 5 o'clock in the morning. But there's crickets, there's night crawlers, there's chicks. But if you say you're there for the bees, you are the front of the line. So they do show up at the post office. That's an option. There's also what we call nucleus hive, or nukes. And that's basically a 5-frame small mini hive. So it's got a queen in there. It's got frames of brood, frames of food. The beauty about the nuke is you just put that in a 10-frame and it's expanding already. The package has a queen in it, but there's no resources. There's no wax, there's no food, there's nothing else in there. So it used to be packages were about $100, nukes were about $150. Now packages are about $130, nukes are about $150. A nuke is by far recommended over a package. And there's swarms. Everybody calls kind of in this time of year, there's a bazillion bees. They're hanging on this tree in my yard, and they're attacking everybody. And then me who wants the free bees, I get out there, and all of a sudden, no, it's about 500 bees. They're 40 feet up. They're not bothering anybody. And just leave them a couple days and they'll go. That's the sign of a healthy hive. That's a hive that's gotten so populated that they've expanded, and they kicked all the kids out and they're gone. So that's free bees. So there's lots of ways to get bees, and you want to just work on being able to be self-sufficient with that. And that's make your own nukes, splits, that kind of thing. Or learn how to raise queens. With a queen, because the queen is the mother of everybody in the hive, she's the only bee that's laying fertilized eggs. So a fertilized egg is a worker, and an unfertilized egg is a drone. So that is something that's controlled by the rest of the population in the beehive. But that queen is the mother of everybody in the hive. So if those worker bees only live about 6 weeks, then if you replace the queen in 2 months, you've got totally new genetics. So that's if she's not a good honey producer, if she's aggressive, if she's not laying enough, you've got a whole new population in a couple months. So we want to control for things like that. The queen's controlling all of that. So
queen genetics are one of the biggest things in beekeeping. And there's actually instrumental insemination. So you can get an instrumentally inseminated queen, and that's something that, they're expensive, they're $300 queens, but if you really want to control your genetics and do grafting from that, you can do that. So we'll talk about the honey, we'll talk about honey real quick. Honey is determined, so the flavor of the honey is determined by the floral sources. And again, 2 million flowers, 3-mile radius. You know, it's great. You know, my mom's always bringing lavender plants out and planting them in my front yard. And, you know, I just have to say thank you and not explain all this because that's, you know, a 0.000 something % of my honey. But it's awesome. And if everybody did that, we'd be fine. So, but basically what happens here is you've got, this is a queen excluder because I don't want the queen up in my super laying eggs. So I have a queen excluder. That top box is a super. It's all honey. It's all honey frames in there, no brood. And then we just go out and take that honey super off and bring it back. You bring it back and extract the honey. So we want to leave pollen in there so we don't extract it too small. Pollen's typically 200 microns or so. So you don't want to filter so small that you filter the good stuff out because there's all kinds of microbials, antioxidants. But these pollen particles are what makes the difference for you. And it's all a function of the nectar source. So the different dark, light honey, spring, fall, all that is just, and honestly, I mean, for me, every beekeeper thinks their honey's the best. I mean, you know, that's just, it's like your kids. So it's like, but there's little I can do. If it's not good, too bad for me, you know, because unless I move my hive, I can't do much about it. But what you do is you pull these frames, so that's a frame that's been pulled out of those boxes. You decap it. So importantly, honey is capped when it's less than 18% moisture content. So the bees miraculously have little refractometers that they can tell the moisture content. Over that and it'll ferment. So if the honey is capped, you know it's ripe. If it's not capped, it can ferment. So, and that's another function of the floral sources. So if I know if it's capped, then I know I can go in, I can decap it, I put it in this big tank and spin it. And it's the cells are at about 9 degrees, so that just spins out centrifugal force and then bottle it from there. Do not feed to infants under 1. There is a specific botulina toxin that babies don't develop until they're about a year old. So but that's in the soil, it's in everything, but just be careful. So, and I usually put that, if you're doing labeling, go ahead and do that, put that on your label. So this is the setup, basically from the boxes of supers that come in, over to decapping, to the capping tank, to the bucket, and then gets bottled eventually. So here's just a picture. Those are the almonds down on this corner. That's the almond trees pollinated by honeybees. Most people are familiar with that. 2/3 of our food supply is thankful to, we're thankful to bees, to honeybees for that. And that's even indirectly. You know, I tell people because we battle this with legislative issues, with farm issues, agriculture. You know, a lot of people say, I don't even like honey, who cares? Beekeepers, those aren't even real animals, you know, get your gran away from here. And we have to go in and do a lot of educating to even people that are making laws to say, you may not like honey, but if you like any of this other stuff, even if you want your clover pollinated or your alfalfa or this other stuff, it's not just all about honey. You know, this is vital. And that's even little kids. We do a lot of stuff in schools, and, you know, the first thing the nursery school learns is, you know, I'm squishing the baby bumblebee. And you're like, you know, you're in there digging a hole from day one. But it's, you know, because they think they're just, and my husband's a little like that. There's a lot of them, they're highly organized, and they have weapons. So based on that, you know, kids just think run away. But once you tell them, they die if they sting you. So that's not going to be, their first line of defense is not to sting you. So they'll ping your veil, they'll do other things, but they don't want it, they don't want to die. So you leave them alone, they leave you alone, and they're only a forager. They have jobs right after they're born. So they have these specific jobs, so they want to do their job, you know, like anybody else. They just leave me alone, let me do my job. So that's part of it. So we spend a lot of time trying to tell people to get over that fear, you know, that fear of bees. Although I will say, if you do get into beekeeping, keep an EpiPen. Even if you don't think you're allergic, you can develop a sensitivity, and that can be something that you can get stung 100 times, and 101 can be a problem. So especially if you're out on a farm or somewhere kind of remote, that's just safety anyway. You can get allergic to anything. So cost and marketing. So one of the biggest things people ask is, and then this is legitimate for any business, how much is this going to cost? How much work is it? And how much am I going to make? And then we say, you're a farmer, you know, I mean, is it going to rain next week? You know, I think we get so frustrated because some of the meteorologists around here, you know, they couldn't walk outside and tell you if it's raining today. And I'm asking them, when is going to be our last frost? When's going to be, you know, it's just, there's so many unknowns in there. But if you, if you take a look at it and think about it from that business standpoint, you know there's variables. You plan for that. You know, it was really frustrating. We didn't get a drop of rain last June. So that clover honey that I'm normally kind of dependent on wasn't there. So something that I wanted to try, that I want to try to tell people is, you know, just go to, we'll get into that in just a second, but go to a local association, hang around a beekeeper for a year or so, and see what that life is like. You know, you don't want to be playing in the first game you watch, because then you're like, I had no idea it was this much work, or I had no idea that I was at the mercy of, if there's no rain on the clover in the fall, there's no nectar in the clover in the spring. So totally out of your control. So, but in general, as with anything, the first expense is the most. The first year, you're getting your equipment, you're getting your suit, your smoker, you're getting things that you won't have to invest in again. So, that's it. And it depends on if you can get swarms, you can get bees cheaply if you've got a friend that'll do a split. But we're saying about $1,200. As you all know, with prices this year, who knows? You know, and a lot of people say, we've got a wood shop. And first thing my husband was like, we're going to make all this. Well, about a month later, after he realized these are maybe not microns, but it's millimeters, bee space is a real thing. If you leave too much space, they fill it with comb. If you don't give them enough space, they don't use it. So bee construction is critical, because it's something that you think, well, I do woodworking, I can just whip this out. The people that do it, and we've got some really great suppliers in Kentucky, some Amish farms as well, and for all of them, they've got jigs, they've got big equipment, and they can do it ultimately much cheaper than I can. So that temptation is there, and I don't want to discourage anybody from trying it, but be aware sometimes things are just cheaper to pay somebody else to do it when you look at your costs. So that's but particularly learn to make your own increases. Don't be at the mercy of somebody else because I didn't treat for mites, I didn't give food, I didn't have a good queen, and then I'm buying bees again. I mean, it's nice because people keep me in business selling nukes and queens, but I don't want to do that. I want people to be self-sufficient. That's the great thing about beekeepers. You know, we're selling, the United States consumes about 500 million pounds of honey every year, and we make about 150 million pounds. So there is plenty enough customers out there for all of us. We want everybody to be successful. So anyway, just look at your efficiencies there. Marketing, again, you've got propolis, honey, beeswax, the actual bees, nukes, queens, lots of opportunities there, and pollination. You know, these people going out for the almonds are getting about $300 a hive just to provide pollination for 3 weeks. So, but you know, you're paying diesel fuel to get all that out there too. So, but there's lots of things, you know, there's word of mouth, sign out front. We have the Kentucky State Beekeepers promotes a program called the Certified Kentucky Honey Producers. So, and we're Kentucky Proud members as well. But keep in mind, Kentucky Proud does allow honey to be brought into the state and bottled here, and that qualifies as Kentucky Proud. So when most people want local honey, we've got this Certified Kentucky Honey program that helps beekeepers market that. So, and also the State Fair, we have a booth at the State Fair. Please come visit us if you see the State Fair, if you're there in August. We sold 32 members honey, beekeeper certified members, well, not just certified, but any Kentucky State Beekeepers members honey. We sold about $61,000 worth of honey in 10 days. So there's a demand there for honey. It's something there's room for. Here's some resources. Like I said, your best bet's your local association, because that's where you're going to find a mentor, you're going to find hands-on. I have a lot of people I virtually mentor. I mean, I'm forever getting FaceTime. This is an emergency. Can you see the queen? Look what she's doing. She's going really fast. Is this okay? I'm okay with that. I give half the state's got my cell number, and that's something I want them. You need, but having a mentor makes a difference. Go in there for a year and say, where are your challenges? What are your questions? What are your expenses? What are your frustrations? And see if you want to be part of that world. I mean, I want everybody to be a beekeeper. I mean, my family will tell you, the first thing they say is just do not start talking to her about bees, because they know they're going to be there for the count. But I want everybody to do it. But you got to know what you're getting into. You can't just stick that hive out there and stick some little bears next to it and go pick them up and sell them for Christmas. So know what you're getting into. Local and actual beekeepers is your best bet. Also us, KSBA. KYBs.org. It's $15 a year. We've got newsletters, we've got resources, we've got online classes. We're available. Bee schools conferences. One of the best bee schools in the state was here. It was over at the university at KSU. We had about 300 people that came in. There was classes all day on a Saturday. Really, really something, a great resource. And also books. I mean, I have to throw YouTube out there, but again, eat with caution on that thing, because, people are always, they'll ask me, and anytime they start a conversation with me with, hey, okay, so I was watching this guy on YouTube, and I know, it could be anything from, from roach motels and their hive to something legitimate. So be aware, but there are a lot of really good resources out there. So again, I know this has been drinking from a fire hose, but that's beekeeping. There's always, there was affectionately we called him the old guy in Bluegrass Beekeepers, who was like 90 and bald and big beard and all this, and real grumpy to everybody. And he said, the best thing I can tell you is every year it's just one daggone thing after another that you've never seen before. And I mean, that's farming, so it's, but you just have to be ready for it. So all right, so let's do some questions. So we've got about 10 minutes for questions or so. Yeah.
What's the difference with baker's honey? Can you explain baker's honey?
You have to be careful with some of that, because it's just like Nat and I were talking about some of the fancy labradoodles, some of the fancy names they've got for for dogs and pets and stuff. Now, some of that is fancy, like KFC. We do a lot of stuff for kids, and they're like, I don't like honey. I get that stuff at KFC. You have to look at the label, to see, because that's not a USDA labeled item. Pure honey is the only thing that should be on the label. So I'm not sure if that's just a different way of marketing it, and that's baker's honey.
They said it had a higher moisture content, so it wouldn't keep as well.
Oh, could be. So so I've not heard of that, but that would be legitimate. The problem is it could ferment. Anything, honey's a supersaturated solution of sugar. So just like rock candy, if you supersaturate the water and stick a string in there and you've got a nucleation site, you develop crystallization. All honey will crystallize eventually, but you just warm it up and 100 degrees or so. But baker's honey, if for some reason they specifically want the higher moisture content, that could be the case. But if you get up above 20% or so, you've got a really limited shelf life before it ferments. So, and I'm not sure. I'm I admit I'm a horrible baker, so I'm not a cook or baker at all. But if you want that moisture in there, I would say I would think you'd be better off getting a stable honey and adding more water or something to it. But there may be a reason for that. But that'd be why. So yeah.
Can you hear me? Oh yes, there is. Okay. So having hives in town or on rooftops, is there a concern about people using insecticides or different herbicides affecting the honeybees, or has it been not as bad as one would think?
Well, so that's a good point, because people think if you're on farms you're at risk because obviously they're out there spraying crops, but in the city you have to be careful. Rooftops are probably less of a risk because there's not so much up there. But everybody, every time I see mosquito squad out there at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'm just like, oh no, because they can get that and take it back to their hive. So it is a concern. There's the pollinator protection program in the state. That's something that beekeepers register with. It's completely anonymous. It's just GPS. And farmers are supposed to, when they spray, go in and check and register and say that they're going to spray. That's not the case in the city. So if you've got ChemLawn next door, you do want to consider that. Normally, you can talk to your neighbors, talk to them anyway, because you want to make sure that none of their kids or them are not, anaphylactically allergic. But if you talk to them and say, I'll trade you some honey if you'll just let me know, or maybe not spray the dandelions, it's a good education. But if you live near a golf course, I'm going to say don't keep the hives there, because you just can't battle that. Pesticides are always a problem. So, but yeah, good question.
Hi. So you spoke briefly about requiring hives that have frames that can be pulled out by the inspector and looked at. Can you speak more about the regulatory requirements, particularly backyard beekeepers versus commercial? Who to report to if you have to? It's whatever threshold. And do they need, do you need to invite the inspector out at a certain time in the year and so forth? Right.
Yeah. So good questions. That's in Kentucky. There's not much. The main thing is labels are controlled by the cabinet for food and family services. I forget what all the acronym is there. But the only thing is if you process over 500 pounds, 150 pounds in Kentucky, you have to have a honey house. You have to have like a certified kitchen kind of thing. Our surrounding states are 500 pounds. So that's something we're trying to tackle right now. Honeybees are not considered agriculture in Kentucky. So the bad side is you don't get the tax write-off for the expenses, but you're also not controlled under agriculture. So if you're in a neighborhood association that says no agriculture, and their intention is to get rid of goats or chickens or whatever, bees are not included in that. But there are homeowner associations that specifically exclude bees. But really, except for the 150 pound for the honey house and a homeowner association, there's no other regulation. Some states like Florida require that hives be registered, and that's with the state apiarist there, who's Tammy in our jurisdiction. But there's really no other regulations for honeybees in Kentucky. So we invite people to stay in touch with Tammy because she can be very helpful, and she'll come out and do USDA surveys for things like a pesticide kill if you think that happened, or diseases and stuff, but there's not really any other regulations. Bees are pretty much, if you haul the hive in there, you're home free. But feel free to reach out to us if you've got homeowner association issues. We're usually pretty good about helping people work through that.
Does Tammy have the right to actually come out to so she finds out from a neighbor, beekeeper that you have bees also, perhaps foul brood is a question. Does she have the right to come onto your property and inspect your hives?
The only thing would be for American foul brood. Mm-hmm. And she's 150 hive beekeeper too, so she doesn't want to make this difficult. But I'm not sure. I'll ask her then and see. Typically we've had 2 cases in the last 3 years, and those she was working with the beekeeper. It wasn't like she just showed up one day and said, "Hey, somebody report American foul brood." She called them, and they said, "Yeah, we've got something big going on. We're really worried." because we don't want to kill each other either, you know, because if I let American foul brood, my hive's dead in 6 weeks, and I've killed all my neighbors' bees. So just as, you know, just out of compassion, we don't want to do that. But I mean, I would think she probably would have the right to. It's never come to that I know of, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a very silly question.
We love silly questions.
You mentioned that, you know, the bees will roam up to 3 miles to source all of their nectar. So how does one go about saying this is clover honey, this is buckwheat honey, this is this honey? Do you just have 3 miles worth of clover, or, you know, how do you decide that?
That's not a silly, that's an excellent question, because we battle this all the time. In order to label your honey a monofloral source, it has to be 47% that source. And honey can be analyzed. See, like that slide could be like 3 days. The honey slide could be like 3 days. So there are various ways. Melissophaleology is the study of pollen. So that's very labor intensive. You dry it down, get somebody that's an expert that looks at the pollen and says, you know, maple, buckwheat, palm, to do that. There's also DNA and NMR analysis. So DNA analysis of the honey is just like DNA analysis, you know, for people. And DNA analysis and NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, is another really high-tech way to do it. But you have to have some way of analyzing the honey and paperwork that shows you're 47% that floral source. So that's something, we're working with Bluegrass Community Technical College to be able to do DNA analysis. And there's also labs, a couple in Colorado, Joni Ventures, some other places that actually do either melissophaleology or NMR analysis to do that. But you have, because honestly, yeah, you'd have to have a 6-mile diameter to show it's monofloral. Unless, like a lot of people here will catch black locust when it blooms, put those supers on, black locust blooms, 2 weeks later, pull those supers off, and they can usually catch black locusts but it still has to be tested in order to do that. So yeah, good point. So other bee, so hopefully the idea here was just to kind of, you know, get your curiosity and whet your appetite and see, you know, it's harder. Again, you don't just set those hives out there with some little plastic jars, but it is hard, but it's incredibly therapeutic. The bees all have their job, they do their thing. If they're going crazy, if I go out there, then something's wrong. But it's something that I really do enjoy and hope other people could enjoy as well. Did you have a final question?
Treat bees with medication.
Well, good, yeah. So there's tactile medication. So, you know, and we've got a veterinarian in here too. That there is a veterinary feed directive that we can't do antibiotics, terramycin anymore. So we have, so Dr. Lay has gotten involved in bees in the last few years. There is a new vaccine for American foul brood. That's the biggest thing that's hit bees in maybe ever. And that will be delivered through a medicated feed. And this is the first time we've discovered that immunosystem and that immunoresponse is transmissible through an insect. Dr. Lay that's way out of my metallurgical field, but for what I did learn in biology, this is a huge thing. The rest of the medication are organic acids like oxalic acid, formic acid, that you can just put in the hive and it spreads. There's also amitraz and some other things that can go in on strips. Honeybee Health Coalition has a great website with videos. Some of those are permissible while there are supers present, some are not, so you have to the label is the law. So it's important to go on there and look at that. But yeah, good question. Some tactile, some breathing, some of the oxalic acids actually kill the mites on contact. And we're hoping this immunosystem for American foul brood will be a game changer. So, Honeybee Health Coalition. Honeybee being one word. 15 seconds. That's oh, yeah.
I had a friend of mine who had bees. Now I have a mic. And he was talking that, I guess his hive, the queen made it with some other random bee or something, and it caused all of his honey to taste strange. Is that a thing? I don't know.
No.
I was just curious.
That may be a YouTube thing. That's
Yeah, well,
that's, yeah. No, the queen has nothing to do with honey. So that's just nectar brought in from flowers, and then they add different microbials in their system, in their honey crop, to change that nectar into honey, and that's strictly a function of the conditions in the hive. Okay. The dryness, so she could have come back mean. She could have mated with, because they'll mate with 20 drones, and she can come back mean for sure, but nothing that the queen does will affect the honey. But it's good to know, because nobody knows anything about bees except they sting you. So it's great to ask questions, because else you don't know. But if there's somebody that thinks that, have them reach out to KSBA, and we can help them with what is going on in their hive. That's there's a lot of bees in Mississippi, but have them reach out, because it's it's good. The more we know, the more we protect them, and the more we've got a stable food system. All right, thank you all.
Thanks, Jessica. All right. Couple things before we get moving on to the next one. We had a fair number of people, almost exactly half of the people that signed up for the bourbon tasting at Buffalo Trace this evening or this late afternoon did not claim their tickets. So we've got about 25 bourbon tasting tickets. If anybody is interested in going to Buffalo Trace at 4:30, come grab a ticket up at the check-in table. There's no tour, unfortunately, because this is after their hours, but they agreed to do this guided tasting for 2 25-person groups. And these have instructions on them, too, so you'll know exactly what to do. And I'll probably be there to help you along the way. So our next speaker is from the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And Joe Ulrich, is that right? Ulrich. He's the new urban conservationist in Lexington, Kentucky, and he'll be discussing who NRCS is, how the agency provides conservation technical assistance to address natural resource concerns with conservation practices, and what financial assistance, remember that, financial assistance, that means free money or matching funds, are available to help establish those conservation practices. Joe will cover how to apply for financial assistance, there it is again, and provide some common examples of conservation practices such as high tunnels, cover crops, pollinator plantings, brush management, micro-irrigation, and conservation crop rotation, among other topics. And here's my next fun fact. The NRCS has identified and mapped over 20,000 different soils in the U.S. alone, and this is my favorite part. An inch of topsoil takes hundreds to thousands of years to form. So please, please, please don't take the soil under your feet for granted, because they're not making more of it real fast. So let's welcome Joe Ulrich from the NRCS.
All right, well, good afternoon, everybody. So good, like he said, I'm from the NRCS, an urban conservationist in Lexington. It's a new position that the NRCS just created back in the fall. We've had one in Louisville in the past, Kirk Mason, maybe any of you know him. He retired, and they are in the process of hiring a new one in Louisville as well, so there'll be 2 of us in Kentucky. So I'm going to talk a little bit about kind of who we are, and then some of what we do in terms of technical assistance, financial assistance. And we're not just for large farmers, and so that's kind of the scale, since obviously this is a homesteader symposium. There is ways we can help you all as well, even if you're not growing to sell the crops or to sell your livestock. That's not a requirement for our programs. So when you say USDA, I'm sure a lot of you have different things, different thoughts in your mind. It could be the inspectors at the meat packing places. It could be the inspectors at the ports, making sure the invasive insects or diseases don't come in the country. There's lots of things. And this year, just you don't see the information, just to give you a scale of who USDA is. There's 29 offices and agencies in the United States Department of Agriculture. And we're just one small part on that diagram there, NRCS, or Natural Resources Conservation Service. So who are we? Well, we were founded back in the 1930s, and because, as you can see in that picture there, it was the Dust Bowl. It's a pretty famous event. We had a lot of bare soil out there in the western part of the United States that was just blowing away and causing a lot of, obviously economical and natural disaster situations. And so we were formed because of that. What our mission is really to be able to deliver conservation solutions both to agriculture producers and to forest owners. So forest owners are included as well. And our motto has been for many years, helping people help the land. So, some of our core values that, make up who we are as an agency, first is we're a voluntary agency. So we're not here to be regulatory in any way. You come to us for assistance, and we come to your farm because you've asked us to be there. Also, science, of course, is a big part of that. We take our conservation knowledge and we update it as science changes and is updated. We're site specific. So we come to your operation, we see, okay, what kind of land do you have? What are you growing, and what's your concerns? Why you need our help? We try to do a systems approach. We try to look at, okay, for instance, you've got soil erosion on your field because it's bare. It's also causing sediment to get into your water, maybe a stream next door. So we try to look at it from a broad perspective. And then we also try to work on a watershed basis or in a landscape area, because obviously it's easier to fix a problem if more people are involved. So we encourage cooperation if possible. And then last, local partnerships is a big part of what we do. A prime example is the Conservation District. Each county in Kentucky has one. So if you're not familiar with them, a lot of times they're located with us in our offices, and it's one of our closest partners. They're locally elected government officials, and so you might see them on your ballot as well. And then there's just some other examples. We work with other federal agencies. We work with non-government organizations like American Farmland Trust that was out in the lobby earlier. We work with them. So that's the key for us to be able to get conservation on the ground, is have many, many partners, because we couldn't do it by ourselves. So there's two main things that we do to assist people like yourselves. One is conservation technical assistance. And so what that is basically providing that information when we come out to your farm. So like I gave the example earlier, maybe you have a field that you're growing vegetables on. It's a little bit steep and it's bare in the wintertime, so all of a sudden now you have soil erosion because it's bare. So we're evaluating those kinds of resource concerns to see what you have, and also listen to what you're trying to do and come up with a conservation plan that makes sense for you and that you would like to adopt. So when I say conservation technical assistance, we call it the 9 steps of planning. And so you see there we got what I would call eggs for each of the 3 phases. So the green egg there is based that phase where I come out to your farm and we evaluate your resource concerns. We listen to you and say, okay, what's going on? Are you trying to grow a certain crop? Or do you have a certain problem you think we can help you with? So that first phase is kind of gathering information to come up with what the problem is. Then we move to phase 2 there, the blue egg, and that's where we develop that conservation plan I was talking about. So, for example, okay, we say we got soil erosion. Well, I'm going to recommend a conservation practice called cover crop. So that way it will cover that bare soil through the wintertime, and now you don't have soil erosion, hopefully. And of course, we would develop all kinds of practices, but that's just an example. You decide, okay, I'd like to adopt that conservation plan, and then at that point we move to phase 3 there, the red egg, and that's where we actually try to implement the plan. And that's where the financial assistance could come in that I'm going to talk about here in a little bit. And that way you can implement, whether it's cover crop, figure out how do I put the cover crop on, what kind do I want to choose, how much is it going to cost, the benefits of it, maybe besides just soil erosion. Those will all be part of that conservation plan. And of course the last step is evaluating it. Well, did it work? Do we need to go back and maybe do something else a little different? So when you talk about resource concerns, I mentioned briefly, there's all kinds of them there you can see on the slide. You got soil types of erosion concern, or erosion, water, which could be like water quality issues, air quality, degraded plants, and then you've got 2 kinds of animals, whether it's livestock or wildlife, and then energy, and we always also consider the human aspect in terms of economics and social. So I put this on here because, as talk about homesteaders, and there's a lot, I'm an urban conservationist now in the position I'm in, But there's a lot, even if you're not in an urban setting, there's a lot of commonalities there between if somebody at small scale, regardless of where you're located. And so a lot of the same things that they're interested in the urban area would apply out in the country. So example, maybe you want a high tunnel so you can extend your growing season and grow throughout the winter. Or maybe you want to learn how to compost or cover crops or pollinators. All those things, in an urban setting is just as important as small scale in the country. And those are all things NRCS can help you with as we develop a conservation plan. Now, some of the things USDA, we're always so wide, we've been focused so much on larger operations historically, and so they're making efforts to try to work with small-scale producers. And so this slide here is just showing you an example of something that's on our website, and you can get the web address later when the slides are provided, but it's these solutions for small-scale farms, and they have these fact sheets, and there's 49 of them, and I just used cover crops as an example so you all could see what they look like. But this is just a good introduction to some of the things that you may have problems on your land that we could help you with. And so you can see there, it just talks about, what's the problems I'm having, then what are cover crops, what do they look like, and then what's the benefits. There's lots of benefits, whether it's organic matter improvement or, could be pollinator habitat because you plant one that's good for pollinators like buckwheat or crimson clover. And or just the soil erosion we was talking about earlier. And then it talks about examples of some benefits, associated cost. And so these fact sheets have all this different information that you can, it's like a 3 or 4 page document. And here's just some pictures to show you some of those examples I was talking about, the buckwheat, the crimson clover, rolling it down for weed control. Cereal rye is a great one for that, to keep the weeds from growing. So just lots of benefits to cover crops. And this document just kind of gives you a lot of information in just a short amount of pages. So some of the other practices, and I'm, because of time, I'm not going to take a lot of time to go through all of them, but I wanted to highlight a few that, small-scale producers usually are interested in. And high tunnels, of course, is one of our big ones for small-scale producers. We've started this about 2010, I believe. So here about 13 years we've been doing it. And it's been, in Kentucky, we always have more applications than we can fund. Basically, it's just a greenhouse that you're growing your garden inside of. The main difference, you're growing in the ground. Where in a greenhouse, you might be growing in pots or on tables. So that's kind of the way I distinguish the two. And so you can do raised beds in there. These requirements here I'm listing as if you decide to do financial assistance with us. These would be the things you'd have to follow. But 12 inches, you could have the raised bed up to 12 inches as long as you're still growing in the ground. You have to have at least one layer of plastic. You have to use a manufactured kit. So it has to be, we don't have a specs as far as other than that, and you just install it or have somebody install it by those specs. It has to be at least 6 foot tall. And then of course, it has to be used for its intended purpose. If we're paying for it for 5 years at least, that's the lifespan of the practice. You can't use it for other purposes like storing equipment or livestock in it. Some other things you can do with high tunnels is, of course, your roof runoff structure, and that's showed there in that picture. You've got a gutter, you're collecting that water. That could create a problem, right? If the water's running off, before it may have infiltrated in the ground, now it's coming, hitting that hard surface and running off to the side. And plus you need the water for irrigation maybe inside, so those are some other practices, micro-irrigation, mulching, and cover crops. Here's just a picture showing the roof runoff structure. So what you see there is some polyethylene tanks, 750-gallon tanks that you catch the water in off the roof, and then you can in turn take that water, whether through gravity fed or possibly with a pump, and put it in through drip tapes inside the high tunnel, and that way you can be able to grow the crops in there and have the water needed. Here's an example of mulching. So we got two kinds of mulch in this picture. You've got the straw mulch there in the rows to help keep weeds down. And then the actual strawberries are grown in a plastic mulch. And so it's also for weed control and keep the water from evaporating as quickly. So you're conserving your water usage. So that's just a few examples of technical assistance. And of course, we would need that regardless of whether you do financial assistance or not. But there's also financial assistance programs that you might be interested in. And so here's the 5 steps to getting that financial assistance. Steps 1 and 2 Reality, they go together hand in hand. Step one is what I've been describing, right? The technical assistance, getting the conservation plan. And then step two is the application for the program. Well, in reality, a lot of times we end up doing those about the same time. You might come to the office and you tell us you're interested in something. Most likely we'll go on and take an application, and then we'll develop the conservation plan as part of servicing the application. Step three is eligibility. Each program has a certain amount of eligibility in it. Maybe how much money you make, or are you following conservation compliance if you're growing crops? Do you have a resource concern? So there's different rules, so we just have to make sure you're eligible before we proceed to step four. And then step four is ranking the application. And basically we just answer a bunch of questions about what you've got going on, what kind of resource concerns we're addressing with your practices, and you get a ranking score. And then we work down from the top of the list till we run out of funds. That's how we determine who gets funded. And then step five is basically implement. You find out you're funded, and then we work up a contract, and then at that point, give you the information to implement that plan and get you paid. So I also wanted to bring up, in the Farm Bill each time there's different definitions of groups and ability, who can apply, and maybe special considerations. I want to bring this to attention that we do have historically underserved, categories. In the last Farm Bill, these were spelled out to be these four groups. As you can see on the slides there, beginning farmer, we're looking at the last 10 years. So that's how we determine if you're a beginning farmer or not. If you filed your taxes for the farm, basically any time in the last 10 years, we look at that as far as verifying it. Limited resource producer, so that's looking at your household income. And so again, we would look at the taxes to verify that the last 2 years. There's a link there in blue. There's a tool you can look up your county to see what that number is, because each county is different, depending on what the poverty level is considered in that county. But usually in my experience here in Kentucky, it's been around $25,000 to $30,000. You have to be under that. And then the veteran farmer, there is two ways to meet that criteria. One is if you're a beginning farmer as well as a veteran, or if you're a new veteran, so that means you've just discharged in the last 10 years. There's two ways you could qualify as a veteran farmer for our programs. So some of the reasons historically underserved, the benefit of that is that one, some of our programs you compete against only those kinds of applicants. So if you're a beginning farmer, as example, you have a pot of money just for beginning farmers, so it makes it easier to have a chance to get funded. Could be that you also are eligible for an advance payment. So on some of our programs, we can pay you half of your funds up front, so that way you don't have to go out and get a loan. You can take that funds and turn around and be able to purchase, and then we pay the rest of it once the practice was installed. And the third one was higher payment rates. So on that one, I'll give you an example here in a minute. If you fall into one of those categories, then you get paid a little higher rate, depending on the program. So the first of two programs I'm going to talk about is EQIP, which is Environmental Quality Incentives Program. And basically, the people that can apply for that is if you have an agriculture or forest operation. You don't necessarily have to own the land. You could be a tenant, but you do have to engage in some kind of production. And you also have to have a natural resource concern. Remember I showed you earlier about the soil erosion, the water quality, animals. So you have to have one of those to be eligible for the program. You go to your local website or local office. On the website you can find out where that is. And we accept applications year-round, but we usually only rank them once a year. So as far as when you can apply, in Kentucky, our last cutoff to rank was November 4th. So that's the ones we've been working on right now. And we're just finished ranking them and letting people know if they got funded. So if you sign up today, it would probably be this time next year before you'd find out if you were funded or not, unless you're eligible for a special pot of money that was announced a few weeks ago. It's part of the Inflation Reduction Act, IRA funds. Those are addressing climate change activities, which is in most cases would either be soil health on cropland, forestry, if you're doing a forest stewardship plan, or some kind of energy conservation. If you have questions about that, feel free to ask me afterwards. I'll be back at the booth out back after this talk. But they did have an extended application period till April 21st for that, for EQIP. Otherwise, the rest of the activities we do will be the classic, which will probably be again, like I said, next year. So one thing I did want to bring up, since this is a homesteader symposium, a lot of the times there's the myth that, you have to sell some kind of product to be eligible, and that's just not true for our program. You can just be growing it for yourself. As long as you're producing it, you don't have to sell it. You can give it away, just use it for yourself, but you are eligible for the EQIP program. So just keep that in mind. When we look at EQIP, I talked about pots of money like for beginning farmers. There's also other pots of money for special initiatives. It's really EQIP's this big broad umbrella of things, but there's some examples there. We have some national initiatives like on-farm energy, organic, high tunnel initiative. I mentioned the high tunnel practice. So those are all other pots of money you can compete in. So if you submit an application, you might be interested in high tunnels, you might be interested in some forestry stuff, maybe some pollinator habitat. That would all be on the same application, regardless of how many different things you want to do. And then when we rank them, we're ranking them based on whatever you submitted. So if you've got some practices that fit under high tunnel, we'd rank you in the high tunnel initiative. If you have some stuff in wildlife initiative, we would put you under the wildlife. So you might get funded on one and not the other, but it all is part of that same application. I know a lot of times there's confusion about that. And then you can see the state initiatives. There's just some others there. The forestry, there's wildlife stuff, there's irrigation, manure management, and that's not all inclusive. There's lots of others. This map is just showing how NRCS is administered. So we have 12 work units in Kentucky. So you find your county on there, and so those are also fund accounts. So if you're like in Franklin County, you're in the Shelbyville work unit, and so if you submit a crop or pasture type application, you'll be competing just for those same counties in that red color there. Also, each one of those work units has a supervisory district conservationist that's the manager of those counties. So anytime you have concerns or things you want to talk about, always it's a good resource to find them and have that conversation. And here's a list of those conservation practices I was talking about earlier that EQIP has. Again, this is not all exhaustive, but this is just a few of them. I mentioned already like high tunnels and cover crops, but we do a lot of pasture stuff, whether it's watering facilities, livestock pipeline, heavy use areas for winter feeding, seeding practices. And then there's the forest stand improvement, brush management. Bush honeysuckle in this bluegrass area is a bad invasive plant, so we usually prescribe brush management to help pay to treat that as an example. Here I just wanted to provide an example of how we pay in EQIP so you can kind of get an idea if you did decide to go this route. So the first one there is exclusion fence. So exclusion fence is basically we come out and you have concerns about maybe calves getting into a pond or into a stream, and so we could fence that out because there's water quality concerns, and so we would pay you an exclusion fence. And so that rate this year was $2.99 a foot. And then the HU rate, remember a little while ago I talked about historically underserved, they get paid a little bit more, so that rate was $3.58 this year. And we pay you a flat rate regardless of what it costs you. So if it costs you less because you did the work yourself, we're still going to pay you that same rate. We don't base it on your bills. These rates change every year, so next year they'll be adjusted some. Sometimes they don't change much, sometimes they change a lot. This year they changed quite a bit because of inflation and cost of materials going up. Example, high tunnel there, which is the next one, it went up about $2 a square foot roughly. The Gothic type there is the one with kind of a pointed to it peak. We recommend that in Kentucky, even though we didn't get much snow this year. Typically we do get those big snows occasionally, and so it's good to have that to shed the snow off so it doesn't collapse. And you can see the payment rate this year was $5.92 a square foot, or $7.11 for HU applicants. Now, that last one there, cover crop, I just want to give you an example there of how we're trying to find payment scenarios that fit small-scale producers. Traditionally, we paid cover crop by the acre, right, because you had farmers maybe raising 50, 100, 500 acres. Yes. Historically underserved. So earlier when I mentioned like beginning farmer and limited resource, yeah. So that's what the HU rate would be. And so this is an example of a cover crop, where we're doing the small scale payment scenario. So traditionally paid by the acre, as you can see there. Basic, which would be like a cereal, rye, or wheat, was $62 an acre. Well, a lot of times your small producers, you don't have that big scale, but yet it still costs you quite a bit because you can't spread those costs out over many acres. So they're coming up with payment scenarios that will help small-scale producers out better cover their cost, and also make it worth more of the time to go through the process of signing an application and doing all the paperwork you have to do when you work with us. So an example there, we have that multi-species cover crop. It's paid by the 1,000 square feet instead of an acre. So of course there's 43,000 square feet in an acre. So this gives you an idea. You'd multiply that times 43. Now the one thing you have to keep in mind is there's requirements as far as when you can use it. So you can't go out and do 2 acres and get paid that rate. You'd still have to use the acre rate. But it'd be for somebody that's small, I think usually about 4,000 or 5,000 square feet total or less. The other main program we have besides EQIP is CSP, or Conservation Stewardship Program. This one's been growing in popularity over the last few years. It started really gaining traction in 2008 when they kind of revamped it, updated it. And basically what it's doing is it's kind of saying, okay, we want to evaluate your whole operation to see how good a job you're doing with your conservation stewardship. So I talked about earlier about those resource concerns, and I gave you that big list. Well, we would evaluate all those on your land, whether you had crop, pasture, forest, farmstead, whatever. And we'd say, okay, how many of these are you doing a good job with? And then that would help determine, A, if you are eligible, B, will you get funded, and then C, how much will you get paid if you are eligible and get funded. Now, they're 5-year contracts, so as they're basically, if you do get funded, you get a 5 years of payment, and you can renew it for another 5 years, and possibly forever, because they just extended that where we could do people another 5 years after that. So, we really don't know how long. As long as you compete for it and you're still eligible and you're willing to do some new things, you could possibly get funded, long time. So one thing that's attractive for small producers is that the minimum size of these contracts is $1,500 a year for 5 years. So that's a $7,500 contract. And I'm going to show you here in a minute what those payments are made of. But that could be a pretty good incentive for somebody that's small and is doing a good job with conservation already. Like I mentioned, you do have to include everything in your operation, which for small producers, that's not usually a big issue. Now the payment's made up of 2 parts. You see there in part 1 is the existing activity payment. And so that's what I call reward money for the good job you're doing on your land already. And you can see there's 2 parts to that. One is I say, okay, are you meeting soil erosion on your cropland? Well, if you are, that's $300 a year you get paid. And so I go through, now not all of them are eligible. They've come up with a list and said these are the ones that get the $300. But you do, that's for a small producer, that's the best way you're going to get your payment. There isn't a per acre part, as you can see there, but you'd have to have quite a few acres for that to really generate more money. Now, the catch, I guess you could say, is that to get part 1 there, step 1, you have to do step 2. And step 2 is you got to do something new on that land use. So, for example, if you've got crops and you're growing vegetables and you've not been doing any pollinators, then maybe you could choose to do a pollinator habit enhancement, be a half-acre planting, and then that would allow you to get that first payment, the $1,500 a year. And, of course, we pay you some for that pollinator planting as well. And that's just an example. We have a long list of practices or activities that you could do. So that's something that's gaining popularity and something that might be interesting of you. Just like EQIP, we use the same form to sign up for EQIP as for CSP. And you can sign up year-round. Again, we only rank them once a year usually. Just happened to be that today's is the day, the cutoff for CSP. So if that's your lucky day or what, but If it is something you're interested in, you can come back and see me if you think it's something that your operation's ready to tackle, if you think you're doing a good job with your stewardship on your land. But today is the cutoff if you want to be considered for this next ranking. Otherwise, we'll put you in the next go-around if you sign up starting Monday. Now, there is one exception. I mentioned earlier in EQIP, the IRA funds for EQIP. Well, CSP has the same thing. So if you wanted to do some kind of climate change type practices that I mentioned earlier, then that CSP still has 3 more weeks before the deadline of April 21st. And I can help you if you're trying to figure out what the difference is between that. And before I wrap up here, I just wanted to show some resources that I think could be of use as a small-scale producer. These are both USDA-wide. One of them we have out in the booth out here, the one on the left, the Programs at a Glance. And then the one on the right is online as well, the Urban Agriculture Toolkit. But what's nice about those is, I talked about NRCS. We're just one of 29 agencies in USDA. Well, this here gives a lot more about other agencies and what programs they have to kind of get you started about, looking at other things that we can't help you with. And then, of course, we got websites. You got the NRCS website there that's shown. I've got urban agriculture brought up, that section, but there's all kinds of information about all our practices and all the things I've been talking about, along with many, many more items. Farmers.gov is another good website. It's a USDA website. It's a little bit broader, so you're looking at other agencies as a part of that. And the nice thing about it is they're encouraging, if you're somebody that likes to do your business online, you can set up an account, and we're able to do a lot of our transactions, both us and FSA, through farmers.gov. So if you like to sign for your payments or look at your farm maps, there's lots of things you can do, and they're adding more features all the time. So it's basically kind of like a virtual service center where you can take care of your business online if you didn't want to come to the office or couldn't. And then there, if you're interested as far as trying to find your local office, farmers.gov does have a place on the front page. If you scroll down to the bottom, find your local service center, and you just put in your county and state, and then they'll show you, where your local office is for FSA, NRCS, and others, rural development. And so that way you'll know who to contact and where to go. And there's my contact information there. So have any questions? All right, so the question was about if you get aid as far as if it's considered taxable or not. So we have a 1099 form that we send out for any of our grants that you get. And so you take it to of course, your tax person, and sometimes you can get exemptions from, having to pay tax on it, sometimes you can't. So it's just a case by case.
So you talked a little bit about exclusion fencing. So if you were to get assistance or a loan, would this only it wouldn't cover boundary fencing around the property, only around waterways, is that correct? Or would it take care of boundary fencing as well?
No, yeah, NRCS, our programs do not cover perimeter fence, like around your property. There's 2 types of main fence. We do exclusion fence, like I mentioned earlier, fencing them out of streams or woods. And we also do rotational grazing fence. So if you're wanting to rotate more often, we can take one big field and split it into 4 parts, allow your livestock to rotate. So we do cover that as well.
I'll add something to that real quick. Check in with your local extension office, because there's county ag improvement program funds for that, as well as the state cost share. And both of those will cover perimeter fencing, and I think they're both typically 50-50 cost share.
My turn?
I think so.
Probably a couple of questions. In the when you were talking about applying, you said you would put everything on one application. Would that include both the USDA or national and state, or do you have to apply for each of those separately?
No, it's just one application.
Okay, if you've filled out an application and come back later and say, oh, could I apply for this too, can you apply a second time?
Yeah, so it depends on the status of that first application. If it's still active, then you can just tell them, hey, I want to add these other practices. that I'm interested in. If the application's no longer good, maybe it was canceled or something, you'd have to sign a new one. So it just depends on the status of that first application. Anybody else?
Are there size restrictions on the piece of land, property, farm, whatever there is? Are there size restrictions? Can it be a quarter of an acre urban piece of land, or could it be, or does it have to be 5+ acres, 10+ acres, et cetera?
No, there's no size restriction. Right now, I've seen people do as small as like 1/100 of an acre. That's I guess you could say, the only reason that's the minimum is because that's as small as the software allows us to make you have to have a farm number with FSA, and that's as small as they can put it in the system. But yeah, I've got people I'm working with right now on equip contracts in Lexington. It's backyard, their house, putting a high tunnel up, pollinator planting, just your typical urban situation. Has anybody in here, got another question here, has anybody in here worked with us as far as doing a contract, or you have? Okay. Okay, everything went well, good experience, good.
Yes, sir. What is exactly this underserved program? What does that consist of? How do you qualify for that?
So when you sign the application, it'll have a place on there. You can self-certify. And so there's definitions that go on that form with each one. It'll tell you what the requirements are to meet it. And then if you get funded on some of them, we'll do a check and see, if it's a tax-based one, we'll look at your taxes to verify that you do meet those requirements. Does that cover what you want to know? Okay. Yes.
Is this financial aid available for people, like farmers that live in Puerto Rico?
Repeat that, please.
If this financial aid is available for farmers that live in Puerto Rico? Like in the island of Puerto Rico?
Puerto Rico?
Yeah.
Yes, Puerto Rico is included, yes. Matter of fact, we have I had an intern that worked with me from Puerto Rico. He's down there now doing, he got hired on by us and is doing an emergency watershed program that we have down in Puerto Rico because of the hurricane damage. So, but yes, they should have the exact same program. Yeah, every area has a little different way they tweak the rules, but they should have the same programs. All right, anybody else? All right, thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Joe. All right, I'm going to promote it one more time. We got tickets for the bourbon tasting. Go outside and get those if you want to attend, or maybe even if you just know somebody that wants to attend. We're taking a little break. Was that what we planned? Dr. Lay, 5-minute break, regroup in 5 minutes. You don't have to leave, but you could just sit and talk or whatever you want to do. Welcome back. I've always wanted to do that. Our next presenter today is Kayla Maddox. She's the product training and education program manager at Tarter Farm and Ranch Equipment based out of Liberty, Kentucky. She's been with Tarter for over 13 years and has been involved in product development, sales, and marketing. Currently, she's focused on education and sharing her knowledge with others on Tarter products, uses, and safety. She has a lifetime of experience on her own farm raising cattle, horses, poultry, small animals, gardening, and farming. She has experience with large farms to hobby farms across the U.S., and I think you'll enjoy what she's got to share with us today. And then one other quick reminder, if you're going on the Buffalo Trace bourbon tasting, probably should leave here right at 4. I don't want to have to interrupt Kayla, so I'm just going to go ahead and say that now. And on the back of that ticket, there's instructions on where to park. So let's welcome Kayla Maddox from Tarter.
I know how to work this thing. Hello everyone. I know you guys are just plumb exhausted, and I'll try to make this as quick but as informative as I can. Who here has ever heard of Tarter Farm and Ranch Equipment? Sorry about that, guys. Sorry. A few of you have, so that's cool. So Tarter's based out in Dunville, Kentucky, and we also have a plant in Utah. We manufacture, story of my life. We manufacture livestock handling equipment, gates, panels, to three-point equipment, and we also make water troughs and garden planters. And that is something over the last couple of years that has just exploded. So I brought some samples of some of the product that we manufacture with me today. Some of those items are out in the hallway, some are just stationed right outside, and then we've got a few things inside. So if you see something that you're interested in, come and see me. I'm glad to answer questions. I've got cards and catalogs. If you find something that you just can't live without, because Tarter's a manufacturer, we just make the product. So we rely on folks like Tractor Supply, Southern States, Rural King, and all those great dealers to get those things for you, so we can definitely show them a part number and see what they can do for us. To get started, one of the things that's really popular at my house and in Tarter Town, we call it, is container gardening. Because I travel so much, it's almost impossible for me to raise the traditional style garden. I don't have time to enjoy it, much more be able to reap the harvest from it. So one of my favorite things about container gardening is less weeds equals less work. How about that? Amen? I'll take it. The other thing about gardening in containers is that we can tailor the soil to whatever we're planting. So if some of us are really good and handy at growing succulents, we're going to need a different type of soil than if we were going to grow tomato plants, right? Where I live, the ground is very poor, so I have to rely on whatever type of quality soil I put in my containers to do the work for me. You may live in an area where you're concerned about the past husbandry on that land. Could be battery acid somewhere, could be a lot of terrible chemicals that's into that soil, and you want to be always conscious of that. So container gardening, we can definitely bypass that problem. The other thing, what I love about container gardening is we don't have to have that large equipment. We don't have to invest all that money in that, and you can absolutely garden anywhere. There's a really popular school that we work with out in California, and their containers are right on their rooftop. So what a great thing, right? This is some of the containers at my house. This is our raised bed containers. They're actually just bottomless. You can put those onto the ground, get right into planting. You don't have to worry about root depth. You don't have to have any tools. You can put those guys on the ground and you can literally grow anything. We do manufacture these to where they are 6 foot and 8 foot in length. You're able to reach from side to side, and they're pretty handy. This is actually a water trough that we would water livestock in. This one was really, really popular, so you don't have to bend over as far. And one thing I would want to share with you guys, although this is a popular model, you will have to have some tools. You'll need a drill bit to drill holes in the bottom of this container. Just like Mother Earth, we want to mimic that drainage as well as possible. If we've got poor drainage, then our plants are going to be sick or worse. So this is at my house. I started out, you can see with those little cheesy rollers on the bottom. I did get 3, but they didn't last long, so lesson learned really quick. So we would need a drill bit to drill some holes. I like this container because it was a one and done deal. I've had this container on my porch now for 5 years. It still looks brand new. I just change out my plants year to year. And I like it because it offers that height. And a lot of folks ask us, well, which container do I need, Kayla? Would you rather have that shorter version that you just showed me, or do you like this version? Before you go out and pick any type of container to grow in, guys, I'm not a professional gardener, but learning from experience, I would think about what are you going to grow. And what I mean by is if we're going to grow lettuce, 3-4 inches of root depth, we're okay. If we're going to grow tomatoes, we need at least 15 to 20 inches of root depth, right, for that plant to grow properly. So that's just something I want you guys to be mindful of when it comes to deciding on a container to go with. When we think about different materials to use to plant in, we want to think about those chemicals. One of the popular things that I saw as a kid is everybody used railroad ties to put around their garden. A lot of folks still use it, but I want you guys to think about what's inside of those railroad ties, because whatever's inside of that material is going to leach out into the soil, into your tummy. So just something to be mindful of. And depending on which container you want to go with is what kind of room do you have to offer. I might have a small space. You may have, sky's the limit. You can get as big a container as you want. So definitely something to think about. This is, I wisened up and I went to my local Harbor Freight and I bought this little furniture moving dolly to set this under my container. I'm doing 2 things here, guys. I'm able to move this container when I need to put in more soil or more compost. I can roll that off to the edge of my porch. But the other thing is, because I have holes drilled in the bottom for drainage, I don't want that water to sit in there and become saturated. I want to invite a little area for that water to have a little area to come out. I don't have a lot, but when I'm watering it, and if I get some at the bottom of that tank, I know I've got too much let off, right? So when it comes to gardening in containers, there's tons and tons of different materials that I've seen and that I have used. We see galvanized, we see wood, plastic, just rounded soil matter, bales of straw, to even fabric baskets. And all of those are great, and you just have to decide which one is best for me. This here is 3 different types that I have. This one over here with the little red stand is currently at my house now. You all got your drinks out of the tanks in the kitchen at lunchtime in the same container. I drilled holes in the bottom of it, filled it with really good quality soil, and that's on my back patio. So my cilantro, my basil, my dill, my parsley is all there. That was put together right when COVID hit, right when. And you're talking about a great little therapy program I put together, and that guy's still there and striving. The one in the middle is when I first moved out on my own. Poor people have poor ways. I went out to the barn, and that's what material I had. I used it. It was not treated. And that garden lasted me for about a year, and it fell apart. But I'd done what I could do with what I had at the time. So that's always something to be mindful about when it comes to planting in a container. The one on the very end, I had an extra feed bunk. I know about those Tarter folks, and I've got a little bit of Tarter product laying around my farm. So when COVID hit, everything was shut down. I had that extra bunk feeder. I took out a drill with a bit, and I drilled me about 15 to 20 holes in the bottom of that little 5-foot bunk, and I filled it up with some compost manure and the rest with potting soil, and I put bok choy and strawberry plants in it. That container has still got those strawberry plants in it, and trust me, when it comes time to mow, I make a little visit by and grab a couple little snacks on my way through. I was able to move it from that location because of those runners on that trough, and I could relocate it later. One of the big questions we get a lot, though, at Tarter is folks will ask us, is galvanized safe to plant in? And the answer is yes. Galvanized is actually an essential micronutrient to plants. So, is that the only thing you need to plant in? No, but they work great, and they are safe to plant in. This is some more of the containers at my house that don't have the bottom. You can see that we talked earlier about root depth, and these planters stand a foot tall, but because they don't have a bottom in them, I'm not as concerned about root depth. My plants are going to take up what soil I put in there, but they're going to go beyond that into the ground, and they'll be just fine. I'll put in lots of composted manure, then I'll put in my potting soil, and on the very top, you can see that I actually have pine needles being used as my mulch. Most of our traditional garden plants are happy to have something such as pine needles. As it breaks down over time, that adds organic material and feeds back into the plant, adding nutrients. So whether you use straw, pine needles, a natural mulch, not dyed mulch, but a natural mulch, I would definitely recommend to find some sort of mulch to use in your garden. Kayla's hard lessons learned. Boy, I could sit here all day on this topic, but the one big thing is water source. Make sure, guys, wherever you put this garden at, you want to enjoy your garden. And so you don't want to be guilty of packing water for 5 miles if you don't have to. So think about that water source. Think about your location. Depending on what you're planting, your plants could either need 4 to 6 hours or 6 to 8 hours of daylight. So that's something that you want to be mindful of. And, you know, trees, if there's a lot of trees around, those trees are going to rob your plants of water. If it's black walnut, you're going to have other problems. We want to think about our root depth that the plants that we're planting needs. And we want to make sure that we've got our soil matter homework done. There's lots and lots of popular brands of potting soil that cost quite a bit, but that's not going to be your friend when it comes to planting. So really, really do your homework there. And when I say soil matter homework, a lot of guys will get these containers home and they want to just go use topsoil. They'll go find the best topsoil in town. And I want you to think about anytime that we move dirt and that ground gets exposed to the weather, what happens? It becomes packed like concrete, doesn't it? Well, imagine if you took that topsoil in a container and when it gets exposed to the air, to the weather, your plants cannot get that air, they cannot grow, and then you're going to be in a really bad mood because your crop's going to fail. So I really want you to think about that. On those lessons learned, you can see that planter, I got really happy really quick, and I put about 8 tomato plants in one 8-foot planter. I had the prettiest, greenest plants known to man, but I had no red tomatoes, none. So I had to do the horrible thing, and I had to go out and pluck some of those plants because I had too many. So lesson learned, just make sure that we do our homework and give those guys some elbow space so they can grow properly. Who remembers back when we would take our school pictures? All the tall kids got to be in the back, right? Well, guess where I got to be? In the front. Same thing when it comes to planting. I want you guys to think about where your plants are going to live. We want to put the taller guys in the back and the shorter ones in the front, just like this picture here of flowers. We've got the lilies in the back and the little pansies here in the front. And that's another prime example. That container, I only needed about 6 inches of root depth. So I didn't fill that container completely with soil. That would cost a fortune. I went out and I found things that are fillers, such as old seasoned firewood, not black walnut, is laying in the bottom of that tank. I drilled my holes, put in old firewood. I've got sticks, I've got mulch, I've got some old bales of straw. There's just a little bit of everything in there. And you can use absolutely whatever you want to use for filler. Just be mindful what you put in there, because what is in there is going to leach into your soil. And make sure that you leave enough room in that container to accommodate your root depth. So we talked a little bit about that top layer, pine needles as mulch, or wood mulch, straw, we can definitely do that. We talked about filler, what to put inside of these containers. Different things. They call it lasagna gardening. Just makes me hungry to eat all that pizza. But definitely wood, straw, sticks, leaves, any of that sort of stuff. You want to make sure that you're leaving your plants plenty of room. Don't do like what Kayla did and get too happy. And companion planting. Has anybody heard of companion planting? Yep. Okay. So some of the reasons why we want to companion plant. Pest control. Did anybody fight squash bugs last year? Vine borers. Am I the only one? No, I'm not the only one. They were the devil, yeah. So definitely some could help us out on pest control and pollination. We want to definitely boost fertility. And just like us, some plants prefer one neighbor over the other. Some of our plants don't do very well with having certain neighbors. Some plants do really well with certain neighbors. So that's something before we just go to planting whatever, we want to do our homework on our soil, on our container, and what plant wants to live next to who. I don't know, how can I make this video play? It's just a little quick video. You lied? Okay. No video? It's okay if not. What is it? Is it playing? Oh, okay. This is actually a tank used for livestock, and I put it on one of these little stands. I bought that little black screen at Amazon. It's on a little drawstring. That's to keep my grass clippings and leaves out. But I'm catching the water runoff of my little greenhouse. It goes into my tank. It's on a stand. And I actually had a recycled washer hose. I got a 3/4 spigot. I put that on my tank. And all of my plants in my greenhouse, guys, gets watered with rainwater. All of my seedlings. My papa taught me years ago, if you want your plants to thrive, that's the number one, is good clean water, and we've heard that today. Can't go wrong there. I use that same method in my garden. Here are the items that I use to create the little rain barrel, if anybody is interested. Everybody got it? Okay. So we covered mulch already. Rocks are my new best friend. I live on a hillside, and so I have to have rocks to level everything. But I also mentioned because I filled this container with holes along the bottom to allow it to drain. I didn't want that sitting directly on the ground. That would slow down my water. So I've got rocks underneath there to set it up to help it drain. That was in an area one day for a photo shoot for work, and so those flowers, of course, went away, and I since then have filled that with cactus. It is loaded, and the prettiest yellow blooms in July, and I have literally not touched it. It's got pine needles for mulch, and it is full of cactus. They live all through the winter. They do great, and my cows, my nosy cows, have left those alone. Make your own compost, guys. You want to do your homework before we just go and throw in everything in the fridge in there. So do your homework, but definitely make your own compost. It'll definitely save you a little money in the long run. And we've heard a little mixed review about this today, but I like to hide those Amazon boxes from my husband, so I'll peel off all the labels, I break it down, and I put those in these tanks with a little manure, and as it breaks down over time, it puts back organic material back into my soil, and my beds are loaded with earthworms. So if your earthworms are happy, your garden's going to be happy. This is one of my favorite recipes. I am not an organic gardener, but I try to be mindful of what goes around my plants. Now, I want you guys to take in mind, whatever this mixture hits, it will kill it. Do not spray this directly on your vegetables or your flowers. This is just for the weeds, so on a day that there's no wind, it's very calm, this would be a good mixture. I like that particular sprayer. Otherwise, the Epsom salt will clog the traditional style sprayers up. As far as the dish liquid, I use that, I think it's pronounced castile soap. It's not supposed to have all the yuck in it as most, so if it does get near your plants, you're a little better off. And trust me, whatever, even dock. I don't know if anybody here has fought or tried to fight dock in the past. This guy will get it. Heavy muscle. Has everybody got that wants it? Okay. And at the end of the day, I say just buy the plant. Don't second guess. Don't question yourself. Just do it. This is actually, again, at my back patio with some heirloom zinnias, and it's just a fun way. Once those guys play out, I dry the flower heads. I deadhead those. I dry them out, and then I give those to others as a gift to my mailman. I dried out flower heads, put them in a little used jar, and I put to the best mailman in the world. Love the Jeffries. So just another way to share. Now what I'm going to do is I want to show you guys a tank that I brought along. It's actually a water trough for livestock, but we made a lid. And this lid has got hardware cloth on the top, and we've got some lumber here that's hinged. That will keep those little feathered animals you're keeping inside and not come out. So we'll just show a little quick shot of that. When we get done doing that, I've got a tank, guys. I'm going to show you how to complete a wicking bed out of one of our containers. So we'll get a shot on this guy real quick. Move around. Okay.
That goes like over your ear. It'll be like Janet Jackson.
Promise I don't have moves like Janet. Got it. All right. All right, ready to roll? Cool? Okay. All right, does anybody here have poultry at home? Has anybody raised chicks before? Have you ever got a Rubbermaid container and you wondered overnight what's going to happen? Is the cat going to knock the heat lamp off? Or, you know, there's lots and lots of things. I'm that worrywart person. I worry about everything. If it could be worried about, I've got it covered. So at my house, I use a stock tank. That's all great and well. But at some point in time, they end up learning how to fly out really quick, right? Or you've got that nosy little cat that lives to be a rebel and wants to stay in trouble. So this way, we used some lumber here just to make ourselves a frame. We took some hardware cloth and stapled it to the wood. It's got piano hinges on the back side so that you can strap your heat lamp to the top. We've got a little bungee strap here that will allow you to open and close. Now, one of the things that I do at home when I'm raising chicks is I would be saving all those pizza boxes, and I would be laying those pizza boxes out in here flat and then putting my shavings down. When it's time to clean out, I just pick up the whole pizza box that's got the dirty litter and I do away with it. The other great thing is newspapers or even old, outdated Christmas paper. I'm horrible at wrapping anyway, so it's good for something. I'll use that in here as my underlayment for the litter. So, and then I'll also save a little bit of that litter to the side and use it in other places into my garden. So I wanted to show you that really quick. Does anybody have any questions about this container? Nobody? Does anybody have any questions about the slide that we just went through? Nobody? Nothing? So any type of raised bed is going to hold a little bit more heat than if it was in the ground. They'll heat up a little quicker. If you're in somewhere like Arizona and you're concerned about that, typically for us it's never been a problem. But you know, if you're in somewhere in Arizona and you got a lot of foliage that's laying over on the outer rim, I have seen folks take like pool noodles and run around the top brim of the container. Here I've never had a problem with any of my containers, and that's not something we would see in our area typically. But that's a good question. Anybody else? Nope. Well, let's garden. Let's make a planter. Which way you going? Okay. All right. And you just show me where to go to with this. Is that okay there? Are you happy with that? Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, so we talked about a few minutes ago on our water troughs, we have to put a lot of holes in it to drain, right? Don't forget that. For that style, that's a must. Lots and lots of holes in the bottom to drain. But what I'm going to do on this system is I'm going to create a wicking bed. Who has flower pots at home that you put water to the bottom portion of the pot for the plant to drink? Anybody? Yeah? Okay, so this is the exact same concept. All right, so this is our water tank stand, and then this is our, we call this a GUT 21, I'm sorry. It's 2x1, just a little round stock tank. You can use any size tank that you want. Along today, I've brought 4-inch corrugated pipe, okay? You'll want to cut this pipe and line the inside of your container with it. Can you all see that inside there fairly well? Okay. All right, so we've got our corrugated pipe all along the bottom. Now, depending on what size corrugated pipe you use, it's very, very important to remember this note. I've got 4-inch pipe, so I'm going to come from the bottom of my tank here and I'm going to come up 3 inches. Whatever size your pipe, you want to do an inch less than what the pipe is. It's important to leave 1 inch of airspace between the water that's going to set in there and the top of that pipe. You guys with me? Following me? Okay. All right, Mr. David, give me a hand if you don't mind. Do this. And we'll probably could see right here. Let's do it right here. So on your all stock tanks, there's a little brim at the bottom. Don't include that. We're going to set the measuring tape right on top of the brim. We're going to come up at 3 inches. We're going to make us a mark. And now we're going to take a drill bit and we're going to drill a hole right here. What this hole is for is once this water gets so much water in, so once this tank gets so much water in it and it gets full, this is going to be the overspill hole. So you can't overwater here. If it's sitting outside in the rain and it gets water, it's going to come out this overfill. Okay? All right, thank you, David. Okay, so this is just 3/4 inch pipe. You'll want it to, once you put it in your tank, you can leave however much sticking up that you want. You just need enough to be able to put the hose in. The bottom of this 3/4 inch pipe, it's very, very important that you cut it at an angle. You can't cut it flat. If you were to cut it flat and you put water in here, it can't go anywhere, right? So you cut it at an angle so that the water can flow out freely. So then that's going to go in here. Now we're going to have some landscaping fabric, and we're going to put our fabric over top of the black corrugated pipe. What's important to do with this fabric is you want to lay it over top of the corrugated pipe, and you want to make sure the ends of that pipe is sealed with this fabric. You don't want dirt falling down in the ends and then filling up the holes. You guys follow me? Okay. In my pocket somewhere. Yep, right here. I personally, guys, at home would go with a heavier quality fabric. We do a lot of these, so we just pick this up at our local hardware store. I don't know if you guys can see on camera. It's just like making a bed. You want to tuck that fabric in really, really good on the ends of the pipe. All right, I'll let you do your side, David. Get in there. I'm going to double this guy and come and do it again. Can't have too much, right? I was the kid that got in trouble at school for using too much glue. All right, now we got that sealed in really good. Now we've got some more. Would you get our other pack, Mr. David? We're going to use our other pack and we're just going to come up along the walls, okay? Now make sure this 3/4 inch pipe, we want it sitting directly on the bottom of the tank. So now the concept of this, guys, I'm sure you guys are following along. I'm going to come with my water hose with city water, well water, whatever kind of water you've got, and I'm going to put my water in this little 3/4 inch pipe, okay? That way I'm not putting water on my foliage. I'm sending the water straight to the bottom of this tank for the root system. That's a win-win situation for everybody. In about June or July, when it's super, super hot, we're not getting a lot of rain, I don't have to water my garden herbs that you all saw earlier about once every 2 weeks. That's nice because I travel, I'm on the road a lot. I don't have to worry about all the fungus. I don't have to let that city water sit out in the sun before I put it to my plants. If I water here, once it gets too much, it starts coming out this hole here and I know I've got enough water. If it's raining and it gets so much, it comes out that hole and just continues right on, so I'm good. So right now, I've got this same system at home. I've got hoops over it with tobacco canvas and I'm growing my lettuce and my onion sets in it. When that cool type plant plays out and it's done, I'll remove the tobacco canvas and the hoops and I'll throw in some parsley, some more basil, and that is a container that I can use all year round. It's right there at my back patio. I have a family member that's in a wheelchair. She's able to enjoy this as well. This can absolutely be put anywhere. That's what I love, love, love about this. All right. Should we change your name to Vanna White?
No.
No? Okay. Okay. I think you'd make a better Vanna than me. Now we're ready for our potting soil. And guys, I can't stress enough, if you're going to plant anything in a container, good quality potting soil is going to be your best friend. I'm not sponsored by this company, but this is a brand that I love. I'm not saying that you have to go out and get this brand, but can we show them the front of the bag, David? I buy this at a local greenhouse. There's lots and lots of different places that you can buy it. I want to show you guys, I don't know if you can see the camera here, that's what real potting soil should look like. Look how pretty. It's not mulchy, it's not dry. I mean, that stuff is beautiful, 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 and your plants will absolutely thrive in it. All right. We've got for this container, it's 2 by 1. Our bag of potting mix is a 50-pound bag. And it's almost going to have the job done for us. Now in these type of containers, I'm a fan of mixing just a little bit of playground sand. And the reason why is I want to promote water drainage, right? I want to create what Mother Earth's got going on. I want to, try to replicate that same setup. It's nothing pretty, no measuring cups, just put her in there, mix it in. It's just like making cornbread. Does anybody have any questions so far? Playground sand. Anytime you start planting in containers, because it is confined, yes, thank you, David, we want to make sure that we're helping that water be able to filter through. Any type of soil in a container has the tendencies to get heavy. If you've left a flower pot outside over time for any length of time, that's what happens. So sand is going to help keep moisture in there, and it's going to help also at the same time, if this makes sense, going to help it drain all at the exact same time. This is some peat moss. Anybody here use peat moss in their gardens? Love, yep. I was a little short on dirt, so we're going to make up with it on this. So if I were at home, I would make sure that I put a little fertilizer to this soil right about now before I filled it completely full with potting soil. That way my roots would be able to get right to it. Then I would finish it off with the rest of the potting soil after I put my plants in. And then I would top it off with some sort of mulch. Look how pretty. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Now, the other thing I want to mention to you guys, if we were at home and we were going to do this, before I put my plants in here, you need to allow this container some time for that water to wick up to the roots, okay? That's going to take a period of time. So put your water in here. When water comes out, you've had enough. If you want to plant that day, if you're like me, I'll admit it, no patience, I want to plant today, son. Then you can go ahead and put some water in the soil and just have it good and moist. And then just keep an eye on it until that container has time to wick all the way, okay? Does anybody have any questions? Nope? All right. Have we decided what we're doing with this, Dr. Lay? I will say this, it is not going home with me, so I don't know where Jesse went, but maybe they're doing it tomorrow. So yeah, now I'd put my plants in, add a little water, and then you're golden, guys. Just remember, any size container you can do this in, got to have that drain hole. That drain hole has got to be 1 inch less than what the actual pipe measures. You could do it in that tank right there and use 10-inch pipe. Just come up 9 inches, put in your drain hole, put in your fabric, and roll on. Okay? All right. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'm gonna, can you help me, David? Look who didn't wear gloves.
Okay, what a long day.
Tons of information. And like I said, anything we even touched on today, we could probably talk for another hour about. So we'll do more of these events in the future. Of course, tomorrow is a fun-filled animal day, right? That's my favorite. We're going to start with chickens, and the animals are going to get bigger all day long, right? But you guys look tired, so that's all we've got for today. If you're going to the bourbon tasting, be careful. These demos will be around all day tomorrow as well. And so I'm done with you for the day. All right. Thank you all.